All right, it's 9:02. We'll start this Board of Supervisors meeting on January 17th, 2023. And I've asked Supervisor Kirk to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
The United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we get into the oral communications, I would like to start with just mentioning that one of our former supervisors, Mark Thornton, passed away recently. I believe it was on the 7th. And so he was District 4 supervisor before John Gray for 3 terms. And I just wanted to pay tribute to him with a moment of silence if we might be able to do that. Thank you. All right, thank you. So we're going to start off with oral communications, and I just wanted to lay the groundwork. I think most of you in the room already know. We start out with people who want to come from the public and speak about anything that is not on the agenda. The agendas are over on the table there if you want to check to make sure. And we do limit the time that one can comment to 3 minutes. And you can speak on any topic that, like I said, is not on the agenda. And we're listening. We're not supposed to respond according to the Brown Act, but announcements or whatever you want to talk about is fine. And I'm adding a little bit of extra onto this that I'm going to be commenting on every meeting. And that is that our community is known for caring for each other. We give each other respect and civility as well, and that's kind of my expectation for our boardroom here. And I'd like to also add that because we care about each other, I want to add in an element of kindness. And so every meeting, besides stating what I just have, I'm going to bring in a quote from somebody that most people probably know, and it's a quote about kindness. So today's quote is from Mark Twain, and he says, or said, "Kindness is a language which the deaf can hear and the blind can see." All right, thank you. Let's open for public comment. Somebody's coming to help you, Kathy. I'll say good morning to you all while you're getting that taken care of.
Thanks. My name is Kathy Peacock, and I'm here this morning representing the Community Christmas Eve Day Dinner. I think many of you probably heard about the problems that we had with the theft of all the toys. And I'd like to comment and ask you to please be very, very proud of this community in the way they came back and helped with this dinner. We have, because of that and the awfulness of someone stealing toys, for crying out loud, the community responded instantly and came with tons of toys for the kids. And when the kids left, they left with just armfuls of things instead of 1 or 2. And I just hope everybody realizes that even if they brought 1 or a truckload or 5 truckloads, even Calaveras County donated. So I really think that that was quite a show from this community for an awkward situation we never, ever, ever in our wildest dreams ever would have thought of. So thank you to everyone that participated in some way or another. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Good morning, board and staff. Thank you. Tom Crosby here, and I'm representing the Business Council, but I'm also speaking for myself. I'm saying that we're encountering a new, fresh year and an opportunity just to start to address the complicated issues that are before us. And I just want to take a minute and say thank you to people who are willing to step up and be elected officials. It's a big job. It's a hard job. And in order to serve our community, and also to the staff, that takes a lot of personal drive and commitment to do the right things at the right times, stuck between a state that may or may not be helping you and a community that may or may not be helping you. And I just want to encourage the public also to engage in positive, constructive ways to help us all move forward. And I'm really looking forward to an excellent 2023 where we can solve lots of problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning, Janet.
Good morning. I'm Janet Gregory from Groveland, and I suspect that each of you own one of those cars or trucks that's parked outside. Cars and trucks can be purchased new or used and typically cost between $10,000 and $100,000. My husband and I drive a Chevy Volt, which we purchased from Sierra Motors in Jamestown. You might also own a recreational vehicle or a boat, or know someone that does. Those too can be purchased, new or used, between $10,000 and $100,000. My husband and I do not own either. You probably do not know anyone that owns an airplane. Less than 1% of the U.S. population are pilots. There are only 600,000 pilots in all of the U.S., out of a population of 332 million people. That really equates to the fact that the average person only has about a 10% chance of knowing a pilot or someone that owns an airplane. General aviation aircraft can be purchased new or used between $10,000 and $100,000. My husband and I own a Beechcraft Bonanza that we bought at the Columbia Airport for $32,000. I've heard Groveland Airport called the rich people's airport. That is a myth. The majority of people with airport access in Groveland are middle class like my husband and me. Yes, there are 3 or 4 that could be considered wealthy, but the majority are just middle class, hardworking people that happen to live near something that they love, an airport. People like living near something that they love, at the lake, on a golf course, or on a ranch or extra acreage. Those are just ordinary, hardworking, middle-class people too. We all know a few people who do enjoy their big bucks, and congratulations to them. They may drive a BMW, a Tesla, or a Porsche, or one of those big Super Duty Ford or Ram trucks. Or maybe somebody with an expensive tricked-out pontoon boat or houseboat, or maybe one of those RVs that seems more like a fancy condo on wheels. Aviation often gets misunderstood and misjudged. Yes, we do know a few people that own fancy, expensive airplanes, but there are only a few. And besides, the runway at Groveland Airport is too short anyway. We live at the Groveland Airport because we choose to live near something we love, something we have a passion for and work for to support. Aviation is a passion, just like boating, camping, horses, golf, and ranching. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, I'll close our oral communications and ask the clerk to please read the consent calendar.
Good morning. Item 1, approving the minutes of the January 3rd, 2023, January 9th, 2023, and January 10th, 2023 meetings. Item 2, approving the agreement for acute psychiatric inpatient hospital services between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and Bakersfield Behavioral Health Care Hospital in the amount to not exceed $300,000 per fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2024, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents. Item 3, adopting resolution 06-23, authorizing the tax collector to conduct a public auction of tax defaulted properties. Item 4, adopting resolution 07-23, accepting claims for excess proceeds from sales of tax defaulted properties and authorizing distribution of excess proceeds from the sales. Item 5, approving the resignation of Emily Valentine, Susie Demasi, and Marjorie Langdon to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and request the clerk of the board to send letters of appreciation and post notice of vacancies for the open position. Item 6, approving an amendment to the agreement for residential services between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and Mar-Rick Care Home in the amount to not exceed $200,000 per fiscal year beginning February 2023 through June 30th, 2026, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents. Item 7, approving the appointment of Emily Fife to the Area 12 Agency on Aging Advisory Council as the Tuolumne County Service Provider Representative with a term to expire January 31st, 2027. Item 8, accepting $9,250 in grant funding from the Sonora Area Foundation to support the Tuolumne County Department of Social Services annual Foster Youth Holiday event, recognizing unanticipated revenue and increased appropriations in the same amount on the fiscal year 2022-23 Department of Social Services budget, fourth-fifth vote required. Item 9, accepting the notice of completion for the Jamestown Road Surface Treatment Project, contract number 1757, and authorizing the chair to sign the notice. Item 10, adopting resolution 08-23, rescinding resolution number 188-85, disbanding the county's Emergency Medical Care Committee. Item 11, approving the reappointment of Brendan Simonucci and Don Myers to the Solid Waste Independent Hearing Panel. Item 12, as the Air Pollution Control Board, conduct a public hearing to consider adopting the Air Pollution Control District 2022-2023 budget. Item 13, approving the reappointment of Christy Conforti, Catherine Driver, John Featherstone, and Ted Michaud with terms to expire December 31st, 2026, and the resignation of Malcolm Carden to the Tuolumne County Committee on Aging. Item 14, approve resolution 09-23, terminating the Joint Powers Authority Agreement, which established the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority. Item 15, approving a letter of support for the Urban Drought 2022 Tuolumne Stanislaus Regional Turf Replacement Proposal, authorizing the chair to sign.
All right. Now, before we get to all of these items on consent, I see that I was remiss in not calling for staff reports. So point of order, Sarah, is it okay to call for staff reports and not have to have the clerk reread all of?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I'm going to call for staff reports next so that those people on staff, if they need to be somewhere else after they're done, they can go. Thank you.
Good morning. Lori Darby, Department of Health and Human Services. During the COVID pandemic, Congress authorized emergency allotments to help meet the food needs for our state members. This means that since March of 2020, households received an increase of at least $95 in CalFresh benefits per month. California Department of Social Services has announced the California CalFresh emergency allotments will be coming to an end as of February 28, 2023. The final issuance for February 2023 benefits will issue in March. CalFresh emergency allotments are ending because the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023 ends the issuance of CalFresh emergency allotments to households in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mass mailers are going out to all clients starting yesterday, letting them know the emergency allotments are ending. Any client that has opted into text messages or interactive voice responses will be also receiving robotext or calls informing them of the ending of the emergency allotments. The flyer that all of the clients are receiving is also posted in our department lobby in each booth and has been given to all of our community support partners, and phone calls have been made to them, alerting them to this, and also to all of the local food pantries. This is just an FYI for you to know what was going on. Any questions?
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board, CAO Riggs, Sarah Creo County Council. My name is Cassandra Jenneke, and I'm your district attorney. I'm here to announce some really great news. In December of 2022, your board approved the provision of some additional general fund services or general fund monies to our office to provide a stopgap for our elder abuse prevention and prosecution unit. I'm here to announce that we did receive the grant that has funded that program for the last 5 years through a competitive RFP process with Cal OES. While we only asked for about $160,000 a year, they have told us that they're going to give us $200,000 a year. So we've got some extra money to spend, but we're really excited to be able to continue to offer these specified services for our elder and dependent adult population here in Tuolumne County. This program provides specific services for that population through a special victim advocate, Jan Fuller, who you met at the last hearing or opportunity that we had to talk to you about that program, and is administered primarily by our Assistant District Attorney, Eric Hovater. Both of those individuals are incredibly passionate about elder issues, and so we're really, really excited to have that program continue. So we wanted to just let you and the community know that we did get that grant and express to you our gratefulness for your continued support of that program and letting us have a little bit of buffer in fear of losing that program. So thank you very much.
Cassandra, how many years did you say?
We now will have that program for an additional 4 years.
Thank you.
And those excellent, I've personally experienced some of the issues with elder abuse, and so glad to see that this is taking place. Thank you.
We are too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other staff reports? Right. Thank you very much. And now, since we've already had the consent calendar read, I'll ask our board members if anybody would like to pull an item. Seeing none, how about comments?
I have a couple of comments, if I could.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So just want to look at consent item number 7, approving appointment of Emily Fife to Area 12 Agency on Aging. Emily's, with our senior center, and she's been doing great work, and welcome aboard. And kind of along the same lines, item 13, reappointment of Christy Conforti, Catherine Driver, and John Featherstone, Ted Richard, to the Commission on Aging. And again, this is a group that does wonderful work. Appreciate, that we're able to, reaffirm their participation. And really sadly, seeing that Malcolm Carden is dropping off, but he's doing so for personal reasons, and I respect that. And I still thank Malcolm for his service. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, I just had 3 comments. One of them is going to be on the tax defaulted property sale. Just something that's been a memo and discussion with staff about the idea that some of these properties may be opportunities. Fine to move forward with this, but as we look forward, whether any of these would be ones to pick up as acquisitions for future type projects within it. I also wanted to thank Emily, Susie, and Marjorie for their service on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. It's another important group, state mandated group that works with behavioral health, provides community and stakeholder input from people that are part of the population is being served, family members. That's so critical in all of our efforts to make sure that we're getting that input, not just what the state's saying, not just the professionals, but the people in the community and the people that actually use these services. So we're going to be having a few vacancies there. I wanted to shamelessly take that opportunity to ask any members of the public who are interested in this, please look at the county application. We do have a number of open committee positions within the county. And then lastly, I wanted to comment on item number 9. And this is just a thank you to Public Works for all the hard work on the Jamestown Road resurfacing. And thank you to the board too. I mean, we've got about 2/3 of this road done, I believe now. This is part of it. We've got another one coming up. This is a major collector. It's incredibly important to District 5 and I think the county as a whole to keep this in good condition. So happy to see that moving forward and that we've got the completion done for the new service. I can't wait to see how it holds up through the wet and difficult weather conditions that we've been experiencing. For the members of the public that weren't at that meeting, this is a new type of road surface treatment that is made for lower quality, lower PCI roads. So that way, it's another tool in our inbox to be able to fix some of these road repairs up. So hopefully this, and I believe Willow Springs, will see whether this is a technology we can expand to the rest of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so with that, I will ask for a motion on the consent calendar.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a first by Supervisor Goldenberg and a second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And okay, so it passes 4-0 and 1 absent. All right. Clerk, will you please read item number 16?
Thank you. Community Development Department Director Quincy Yaley, item 16, consideration of providing direction on revising the inclusionary ordinance.
Director Quincy.
Good morning.
Yaley.
Good morning, Board Chair, members of the board, staff, and members of the public. Thanks for having us here. This item is regarding the county's inclusionary ordinance, which is located in the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. So first, I'm going to just briefly review what an ordinance code, what the inclusionary ordinance is, how it's worked here in Tuolumne County, a little bit about the general plan, and then we'll get to its review by the Housing Policy Committee. And there are a number of members from that committee here, and so I'm going to be just very brief so that they can give it to you direct. So an inclusionary ordinance can generate numerous benefits for communities when we're looking to increase affordable housing. It can give us more choices on where, on the types of where we can live. If we include affordable housing within projects that are being approved, it helps reduce opposition, just carte blanche to affordable housing because those units are mixed in with a proposed project. It does help the county meet our regional housing needs allocation, which is given to us by the state. And you know, there's a few other things like it helps just provide more vibrant and integrated communities. And so the inclusionary ordinance has been around for a number of years. And in 2013, the Board of Supervisors changed it from a mandatory to a voluntary program. And it basically, from that point forward, said that if a developer were to request any exceptions to our ordinance codes, that they would be able to obtain those if they agreed to provide 10% of the units at an affordable rate, or pay an in lieu fee, or provide some type of alternative that met the intent of the County Affordable Housing Trust Funds in our ordinance code. So if your project comes forward and you don't need any exceptions, that could be exceptions to setbacks, road standards, parking standards, things like that, then you don't need to opt into the inclusionary ordinance. But if you are asking for exceptions, then you do need to utilize the program. And those exceptions there's a number of categories of incentives and exceptions, and those are in the ordinance code. They range anything from reduced fees, or like I said, some sort of changes in your setbacks or other development standards. And so the inclusionary ordinance is outlined in our housing element. And so there's a number of policies and programs in the housing element that speak to the inclusionary ordinance. So if the county were to make any changes to that inclusionary ordinance, we would need to be very mindful of the housing element, because the housing element is the only element that's actually certified by the state of California every 5 years. And so if we were to make changes to that inclusionary ordinance that were inconsistent with the housing element, we could jeopardize decertifying, receiving decertification from the state. But with all that in mind, this item was brought up to the Housing Policy Committee in 2022. And the gist, and I'll say it from my perspective, and then you'll hear it from our members, was basically the voluntary program isn't so voluntary, because in order to be able to have your project pencil out, you needed those exceptions to be granted by the county. And so therefore you sort of had to come into the program and provide affordable units, even just to make your regular project pencil. And so that makes a voluntary program essentially not voluntary, which is not the intent of the ordinance code. So in 2022, this committee did a great presentation. An ad hoc group was formed, which was very effective, presented to our committee. And the committee did recommend that this item come before your board to review and then to provide further direction to staff on if they supported exploring the changes to the ordinance code. So today we're not asking your board for what specific changes you would like us to make, but because the inclusionary ordinance changes are not in the current Title 17 scope of work, in order for staff to move forward with it, we wanted to bring it to your board to get direction. In reference to the Title 17 update project, if your board gave direction for staff to move forward, any changes that we could make through that process, we would go ahead and do that, but we'd still have to be consistent with the existing housing element. Where the real opportunity comes is in the housing element update itself, which is starting now and will conclude in the fall of 2024. And so if we can make minor changes that are still consistent with the housing element, we will do that through the Title 17 process. If there's robust changes that need to be made, we'll include those in the housing element. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have, but also want to make sure you hear from our committee members. And I believe we have 2 or 3 who are going to be making a short presentation. Thank you.
Great. Did you want to call them up now?
Oh, sure. Yes, please. Mr. Lundy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a map that I'm going to distribute to the board and for the audience. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Mike Lemke. I have built inclusionary homes and other affordable housing throughout California, and I'm currently your Tolman County Building Industry President and a local home builder and former member of your ad hoc Housing Policy Committee. In the big scheme of things, housing has been a huge topic over the last many years. Nobody in this room is to blame for our housing situation, but I think we all share responsibility in doing something to make it better and improve it. I believe that Lemke Homes is one of the only builders who have ever actually built inclusionary homes in Tolman County. Unfortunately, that neighborhood today would not be feasible under current standard conditions of approval. We wouldn't even be able to build that project. We are often asked, why is it so difficult to build homes, to build new neighborhoods in Tolman County? And the challenges that Quincy referenced, of course, we have our topography issues, but big family of the items is density, the incentives topic, general standard conditions of approval that get applied on projects. It becomes extremely challenging. And that's why we tend to see an endless stream of products that look good, feel good, smell good, get approved, and then don't really go anywhere. Or if they do, more often than not, they end up actually failing. And you wind up having to see a second generation of folks coming in to actually finish the project. That is not a healthy sign, a good report card of a housing industry in a local area. The inclusionary ordinance is well intended, but fails to succeed in rural areas. It has an East Coast origin and is fundamentally geared towards communities that have a thriving, active housing industry, a strong market condition. The win-win inclusionary concept was intended to increase housing density, thereby lowering base costs of homes so that homes could be sold at a discount. In theory, it's a win-win. Take example, a high-rise situation or condominiums or condos, townhouse complexes where it's a building and you say, hey, great, let's add 3 more floors to those condominiums. Base cost is not that bad. You're able to absorb it. There's not a significant impact to the other neighbors, the other people in condominium complex. It's a win-win. Nobody goes away a loser. Successful examples of that are obviously the Bay Area. And we can see by the map, Jerry will have the coastlines, the Silicon Valleys, and what I refer to as the government corridor going across the North Bay up to Sacramento. Those are the areas where we've had these programs, and we've actually been able to build successfully and make use of the incentives because they actually have the grand effect on the project. Those areas will have an $800,000 median house price to them. You have oftentimes existing infrastructure. Versus a rural example, you have a constrained housing market. We have lower densities. You have a median price index of $400,000, peaking up to $400,000. Ironically, if you were to, and anybody could search it on their phone, the costs of 2x4s, kitchens, sinks, and windows are the same price here as they got in Silicon Valley. What's the difference? How's that happen? When we're already in a very extremely tight market based upon our costs, there is no wiggle room. You don't see large-scale developers coming in and successfully building in the foothills. They don't have the margin. It requires your local builders, your local interests, are able to apply sweat equity into the math and actually make something happen with the economies that we can generate here locally. We don't have that bandwidth to cut out large sums of money. In a rural market, this inclusionary program becomes a barrier. It becomes a disincentive. You have to do it. It's gonna hang you at the end. The win-win reverts to wills and shalls. The applicant shall construct new units. The county regulates who becomes the customer. County regulates what is sold and for how much, when it is sold, where it is sold, and then the county regulates it for 15 years after that. Imagine for a moment that you applied that same methodology to any downtown business. You have county personnel assigned to take care of 10% of the customers who walk in that door are going to go through this process. Well, real soon, that 10% affects 100% of the business operation. We've seen it just in the last few years. Pandemic, crisis, extreme price increases, the quickness and efficiency we have to respond in the business world out there. We can't go through the process of trying to establish meetings, get approvals for changes from the board, make adjustments to the market, because by the time we've actually gone through the process, we're into our next crisis. The counties, we love Tacoma County, but having you inside our kitchen at the same time is not conducive for a friendly relationship. Free market housing is developed based upon customer expectations. The customer is free to search out the best value for their investment. The developer is free to risk and lose everything if he fails to deliver on those expectations. And then so consequently, the developer is free to take his investments and go to an area that he feels that they can be successful and not lose everything. Every year we have numerous housing laws. Unfortunately, I can't think of any in the last 50 years that have actually helped out the affordability in our rural areas. They make a grand effort, but we know they're always written for the high-density areas, Los Angeles, Sacramento, San Francisco. We love our county, but we're low on their interest list. We don't command the votes. Past boards discovered that the inclusionary ordinance was not delivering on its promise. In fact, was a barrier that discouraged local housing investment. They faced resistance on making changes and made half efforts to soften the bite of the impact, but it didn't go far enough. And the idea was that we would carry that ball and try to do something different at the end. That's been many years. It's been sitting on the shelf. We haven't done much with it. We're going through general plans, updates, and we need to address this. On the topic of further consultation, I'd like to offer the fact that our local bankers, our local title companies, our local engineers, our local builders, developers, investors, these folks here understand what business is like here locally. That's going to be your first, most valuable basis of input for you to base your decisions upon. Please don't leave us out of the equation. We have day jobs, but we're eager to volunteer. We're free, and we're local. I'd like to wrap it up with the recommendation stored from our ad hoc reviews and Housing Policy Committee. The Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee voted to recommend termination of the ordinance. We had deep considerations on the workability of that and how our county could go through that process. I'd like to add to that. Return to the 12/30/2021 reduced fee as previously adopted for a minimum of 5 years and work toward a viable inclusionary rural incentive. Have a sunset termination if viable incentives have not been determined and adopted in that time frame. We think that's reasonable, it's fair, was previously approved by the state of California and enacted here. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll be available for questions.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Great, perfect, thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's a snowy morning out there. So my name's Ron Copps, and I want to also thank you for the opportunity to provide input on the county inclusionary ordinance today. Your board has noticed on numerous occasions that housing is a priority, and we all know that in addition to affordable housing, we need housing that is more affordable. We also know that as a county, we are not meeting our housing element goals or state requirements. The governor's budget proposal recently included language signaling possible new state accountability measures on local governments for housing production, stating in part, the administration will continue identifying administrative or statutory barriers that delay housing for production and increasing housing costs. During the small lot presentation discussion a few weeks ago, it was noted by staff and presenters that it is expensive to plan, entitle, and develop housing in our rural county. We need to find ways to be more efficient with the very small percentage of viable developable land we have in our county that could provide a range of housing in mixed use or planned unit development type communities that are infill and have acceptable access with potable water and sewer. Quincy noted that there are not any easy sites left to develop in our county. Many factors influence site and lot development and housing construction. It is very expensive to build homes, and currently it's not economically viable for private developers to build affordable housing. However, we can all work together to find ways to provide housing that is more affordable.
We have talked about removing barriers to housing development and policies that increase the cost of housing. The inclusionary ordinance does both. The map that Mike has put up there shows you that there's not another rural area that has an inclusionary ordinance. There's a reason for this. There were other rural areas, but they have opted out. Tuolumne County is now the only rural area that it still has it. An inclusionary ordinance requiring projects to provide below market rate affordable homes or apartments typically works in higher density urban areas with multi-story and high-rise development because the density bonus incentive allows for additional units to somewhat offset the loss of the additional costs. Unfortunately, a density bonus is not viable because of site constraints and regulations in our area. Our county has never had a project that achieved a density bonus in our area, not for lack of trying. The only projects I am aware of that have come close to meeting the already designated allowed density that's in your zoning are the recently approved Hidden Meadow Terrace affordable apartment project, and that came in at 14.14 units per acre. Still less than the 15 units that a multi-story apartment project is allowed to have under your zoning. The other is the project that Mike Lemke built, which was Sierra Meadows, that was approved several years ago at close to 6 units to the acre, which is our allowed LDR designated density. However, Sierra Meadows needed the inclusionary ordinance incentives in order to enable it to almost meet the allowed density with reduced road widths, hammerhead, turnaround, smaller lot sizes, etc. Unfortunately, with current county requirements and the Board of Forestry regulations, Sierra Meadows would not be able to be built today. So we need to work on this. It's not happening. Without the ability to obtain a density bonus, the inclusionary ordinance is simply another fee added on a housing development that we are trying to keep as affordable as possible. It increases the cost on 90% of the homes and decreases the viability of mixed use and PUD infill communities that we as a county are trying to encourage. Asking that 10% of a project's home be built at a net loss and then have to be made up with the cost burden ultimately passed along to families and individuals purchasing or renting the balance of the newly constructed homes in the project is not a good business model. This creates a disincentive to produce moderately priced housing and can have an effect of decreasing production on new housing. With decreased production and housing supply, existing affordable and moderately priced home units in the community often become more expensive and less available. It has also been stated that the inclusionary ordinance is voluntary, as Quincy noted, and she came up with, the reasons why it's not voluntary, because if you're trying to do a mixed use or PUD designation, you're automatically included into it. What's interesting is Title 17 states that, it devotes several pages to how we can have cluster development, infill development, and a density bonus, but in that no project has been ever able to achieve it. It's kind of interesting that several pages are devoted to trying to achieve it that we can't achieve in our community. So I think we all need to work and figure out how to do that. The inclusionary ordinance does specify viable county fee waivers under standard section A, and those are important. However, in section B, most of the additional incentives are needed just to achieve a density that's somewhat closer to what is already allowed. So we've already talked about that with Sierra with you have reduced road widths and some other things. However, we've also had projects that have been trying to be approved recently with those that with 10-foot travel lanes and other things don't meet county current regulations, so they can't be accomplished. There are a number of things in the inclusionary ordinance that I think we can work towards. It says affordable housing standards and additional incentives, but the ones that are already in there as the incentives, I think we really need to work within the Title 17 just to allow these so that we can make projects more effective and efficient as we go forward. In summary, as noted at the start of my presentation, we need to continue to find ways to reduce regulations and costs associated with housing development. Affordable housing development right now is only viable by specialized affordable home developers with taxpayer-funded government grants, tax incentives, and low-interest loan subsidies. Typically, it takes 5 or more funding sources to make a viable project. The county may remember that you donated 500,000 to Visionary Homes just to meet the Hidden Meadows Terrace as part of their funding requirements. That project, when you look at the overall cost of that project divided by the number of units, those units are still over $400,000 apiece when you look at it. And that was on land that was donated by the hospital at a very low basis. So it's kind of hard to continue to load this on to other projects and expect it to be accomplished. We should not be establishing adding inclusionary housing cost requirements to housing projects that family and individuals purchasing or renting newly constructed homes in our county then have to fund over and above all the other costs and expenses. As Mike noted, at this time, we're hoping that we can figure out a way to get rid of the inclusionary ordinance. So without that, let's at least go back to putting this reduced fee and reduced impact for 5 years, try and work towards it. However, I'm not sure how we're going to come up with that because no other rural area has been able to achieve it. It's not really working here, but let's see what we can come up with. But let's figure out a way to make it less palatable as we move forward. So thank you very much. I'd be glad to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning.
So I'm Brad Vondrak. I'm with the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors, sitting president this year for 2023. I was actually part of the ad hoc committee for the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee to determine if the inclusionary ordinance was actually favorable or a hindrance to development of homes in our county. Trinity Alpia from Habitat for Humanity, Mike Lemke, who had spoke previously, and myself put together the presentation last summer and presented it to the Housing Policy Committee. Here we are discussing it today. Ultimately, our decision was what you've already heard from Ron and Mike, is to potentially terminate it completely. But, you know, if we have to fall back to what has been done 5 years ago, then that's what we're going to have to work towards and potentially move on from there. As Mike has stated, I'm going to kind of reiterate it, but I'm going to take it from the approach of where realtors stand and the aspect of home ownership. We believe home ownership is a gateway for people to have and build generational wealth. And this option through the inclusionary actually is a hindrance to it because the resale price is controlled, is eliminated when they go to resale. So if someone were to buy one of these homes that were affordable units, they are capped on their ability to receive the equity when they go to resell the home. So just on that alone is going to be a problem for those people to build generational wealth or potentially move up into step-up homes. As Ron kind of touched on a little bit ago too, with the amount of density that this is requiring, the Board of Forestry and their rules moving forward are going to make it extremely difficult for us to even build housing, let alone try to achieve higher density, where in other areas of the state where you're building vertical, not out necessarily, you can achieve that density. So that's all I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I believe that that's all the speakers that we had from our committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, so let's start with that. If any of our board members, I think Supervisor Kirk has questions, we'll do questions, clarifying questions first, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll go to comments by our board.
So Quincy, quick question. I was taking down notes while you were talking. You mentioned something about housing element and decertification. If we were to scrape the ordinance or make changes to it, could you explain what is the decertification?
Sure. So as I said, the housing element is the one, it's very loud, sorry, is the one element in our general plan that requires state certification. The certification is important because it allows us to participate in grant and loan programs. So to not have a certified housing element would be very detrimental to existing and future county programs. That doesn't mean that when we draft the new housing ordinance, which will be ideally approved in 2024 by your board, there could not be either a removal or significant modifications to the inclusionary ordinance at that time. It would not be my recommendation that prior to that date, staff terminate the inclusionary ordinance. And so, because if we did, that could result in HCD, Housing Community Development, revoking our certification, which could be detrimental to programs that we're already participating in.
So you say grant and loan programs. What kind of grant and loan programs? Do we have any idea what the numbers are for those loans? Those grant?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I would categorically say all. Anytime we're working with HCD, either through a program that maybe Mo Frank is working on, or that Rachel Bell is working on, or that CDD is working on, even sometimes if you're going to draw a nexus between OES and housing and immersion, things like that, a lot of programs require a certified housing element. And I would not suggest that the board do anything to jeopardize that.
But are any of those loans specific, or those grants specific to housing? Or is it, you're saying?
Yes.
It's tied to a bunch of
Housing.
housing. Do we have, like, can we have, do you have an example of how a loan or grants come through for specific housing? Do we have a couple projects in mind that we've used them for?
Sure. So like, you're looking, so our home program income, this is the program that Rachel Bell runs where we do first-time home buyer programs, as well as we take that program income and apply it to other housing development projects. Those would be the types of programs that a decertified housing element could jeopardize.
Okay.
Supervisor Carter, if I could just briefly weigh in too. The housing element is a required element of our general plan. It's one of the 9 required elements of our general plan. And as Quincy mentioned, it is the only area that the state has to certify, HCC certified.
And that kind of leads me into my next question is, when I look at the map, and the first thing comes to mind, well, why are we the only one up there? Is it kind of like the CAP, where eventually all the counties are going to do a general plan, walk through, and then they're going to have that requirement in the general plan as well? Or
So, yeah.
like eventually is everybody going to be green on that map?
An inclusionary ordinance is not necessarily required. A certified housing element is required. Our current housing element references our inclusionary ordinance. So there's a general plan consistency issue if we were to change it significantly that we'd have to look at. So I just wanted to mention.
So how was it added to the general plan then?
It was, added in 2008, Quincy's telling me.
2008.
Yeah, a couple housing elements.
So, and the way to get rid of that would be, if we got rid of it, it would be a general plan amendment.
But potentially a general plan amendment. The housing element needs to be updated every 5 years anyway. So that's a process that the county needs to go through.
Okay. Then I guess my other question would be, if we wanted to scrape the ordinance completely, it sounds like the recommendation would be, if that were to be the direction of the board, you're wanting to wait until that housing element in 2024. If we were to do, what would be the best case scenario if one was get rid of the ordinance to make it happen?
To get rid of the ordinance, I would recommend timing that with the housing element update. If we, in the 5-year interim between when we receive a certification, any changes to our housing element would have to go back to HCD in order for you to make the changes. So if you were going to eliminate another program or modify another component of the housing element, there certainly is a way to do that. It would require the housing element to be recertified by HCD. Given the time it takes for HCD to review and approve housing elements, my recommendation would be that we time it with the kickoff which is about to begin and move into 2024. I doubt that if we started today and we work to eliminate the inclusionary ordinance separate from a housing element update, that the timing of those approvals from HCD would be that much different. That would be my gut.
Okay. I guess this is, Mike, if you wouldn't mind answering this is just a real simple question that came to mind while we're up there. If that ordinance wasn't in place, would there be more units on the market today and into the future? Right. Okay. Which kind of brings me to I'm not going to give a speech other than the point is to get more. We talk about affordable, but when I think of housing, I think we need more units. And so if this is holding developers and people up from actually getting units off the market, that's kind of where I'm leaning. So let me see if there's any other questions. I don't have any. I was typing quick. quick. Those are my questions for now.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
So there's been reserved comments for after, but on the question, Quincy, the housing element, when is the actual date when it next comes up for review and certification?
I believe it's going to be August 31st, 2023. It might be September 30th. It's next fall. I recall because 4 years ago, when we did send in our housing element, it was on the last day and we did a Dance of Joy. And that was about 3.5 years ago. So I did just receive an email from HCD just before Christmas, getting us ready to get started on our 6th cycle housing element. And we're very excited to engage with HCD and make sure that any changes we're making in our housing element and programs we're implementing are meaningful.
Okay, and does the current inclusionary ordinance restrict or prevent mixed use or infill projects?
It doesn't restrict. It's a tool to provide. It's a tool, and so if someone were to take a flat piece of property and they wanted to develop their project and they needed to have exceptions, the county has set up a program that says we will give you those exceptions. In exchange, you'll provide either an in lieu fee or an affordable unit. So there's a trade that happens right now. And the concern is that the trade isn't working, that because they need those exceptions in order to just pencil out a project, to have to also give up in terms of affordability or have to pay in lieu fees is just, it's like salt in the wound a little bit, is my perspective on what I'm hearing from your developers.
Okay, so no further questions at this point. We'll have comments after.
All right, I do have a couple of questions. They might be almost the same question. So we need to give you direction today whether we want to keep the inclusionary ordinance or not, but it doesn't mean we're going to be doing anything about it today. That will give you direction for how to proceed with the housing element. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, if your board direction today is no direction or keep it exactly as it is, our staff will work on other projects. If your direction is we want you to pursue changing, optimizing, eliminating, then we would come back to your board after we've done that work, including public participation and outreach, and bring back suggestions that we think would improve. And it might not be just the inclusionary ordinance. We might go into do our research and be like, you know what, this inclusionary ordinance is no good, and we're going to suggest another program in its place.
Okay, and I understand that it's mentioned in the housing element, and even though it's voluntary, if we're not going to have it, it needs to be stricken from the housing element. Is that correct?
So if we were not going to have an inclusionary ordinance, then yes, it would need to be eliminated from the housing element. Eliminating it from the housing element is one part of the issue, because it's also tied to the ability for developers to receive exceptions from your board in order to construct a project. So we would, as a county, figure out another way to continue to offer those exceptions, because by pulling the inclusionary ordinance, that's just one part of the financial challenge that developers are having. We also need to find a way to continue to allow flexibility in our development standards. And so that's a bigger issue that we would be working with the community on.
Okay, good. A better mechanism.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Those are my questions. So I'd like to turn it over to the public right now. Anybody who wants to speak to this item, please come up.
I'll just plant this as a question I know that you can't answer to me, but I'm curious as to what HCD's role is in understanding our situation here as a rural county and developing a solution on our behalf, then working with our county to implement such a solution rather than us trying to push up against them.
So I can ask on your behalf Director Yaley to answer that question.
So the question is, does HCD understand the challenges that rural entities face in providing housing? I believe that's the question. I think that is up to your own personal interpretation. I believe that they offer a variety of programs, and their staff are very good, and we work very well with them. We work very close with them on a number of the projects and programs that our county offer. And I think that that is one reason why there'll be a future board item talking about, housing and staff developed to housing and how the county is going to handle that. That's one of the reasons why that item is so important, is because where we may have a gap between local and state interpretation of housing problems, our county staff can advocate and work specifically on that gap. And we just need the time and staff to be available to do that.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Supervisor Howe?
Yes.
Sorry, Sarah and I would like to weigh in a bit, just because we want to weigh in on workload and timing. So if the board wants to direct staff to look at alternatives to what might already be in the housing element, we would recommend that we do that, as Quincy's already said, when we go in to update the housing element. The reason is what we don't want to do, and I'll defer to the three who work on this way more than I do, but with Title 17, we don't want to defer work and pull work away from that, so we can do some of these as we're working simultaneously together. But if we were to stop just to focus on this, Title 17 will have to be put off so that we can focus on this and then go and do all of the other things. So I'm saying that kind of clunky, but as I'm listening to the conversations I've had with Quincy and with Sarah, we want to make sure your board is aware that the way we handle this is important, because it will keep projects moving forward rather than having one stall to pick up another.
And just to add to that, when we did the Title 17 update scope of work, we specifically excluded the inclusionary ordinance. At the time, it was, the chunk of that project was, and the budget we had did not include dramatic changes. That also goes back to my earlier statement, is if it had been, we would have been doing one of those mid-cycle housing element updates in order to adjust for those changes. Given where we are right now, it would be my recommendation at your board direction that we include this in a scope of work for the consultant, specifically to look at this in the housing element update, so that then that would be a part of the community outreach that we do, would be a part of that scope of work. It would be a part of the discussions that we bring back to your board specifically.
Thanks for the clarification. It's a good question. All right, seeing no other public comment, I'm going to bring it back. Oh, sorry. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Allison Sandy. Hello. I was just really interested to find out that Tuolumne County is the only rural county that still has this exclusionary ordinance. And also that our housing board committee, our housing policy committee that was recently eliminated, was actually in the works of having an ad hoc committee to talk about this issue and bring it before the board prior to being canceled. So I thought that was kind of interesting timing, that they never were able to bring their presentation to you prior to the board canceling that committee. So I feel with our housing issues in this county that committee was a very important committee. And so I don't know that people knew how important that was for our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a good opportunity to provide some input on that elimination. The housing element is going to be a great opportunity to re-engage with the community, those members, in a very targeted way. Community outreach is a critical component of the housing element. It cannot be just written by a consultant and brought to your board. So I would just encourage the public to have, and it's a big ask, a little faith, that we will be back out working with you on housing issues specifically related to the housing element. And that staff also understands the importance of the community's participation in broader housing issues. We've been working with the Housing Collaborative, a number of our infrastructure partners. The elimination of the committee is not the end of housing in CDD. It's actually a kind of a rebranding, I would say.
Good. And I would like to just highlight that point you just made for our media that is here right now. I'm hoping that that can be brought out because we will need that community engagement. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to bring this back to the board now for your final comments, and then we will vote.
Sure, I can do my comments now or later, either way. So I think as presented, we were looking at the very complex issue housing, and the fundamental thing is anything that's going to create more units that people can live in. While we're in a housing crisis, is a policy that we need to pursue. This is an interesting one because on paper it says, okay, well, this is supporting affordable housing for people. But then in reality, where projects are not doing this, they're not taking this as an inclusionary option, even though it offers these incentives. It's not really voluntary and it's not really an incentive. It's not enough to make somebody want to opt into it. So going through that and having a number of discussions over really the entire past year, wanted to see, is this something that makes sense and should we maintain it? I think I said, having it within our general plan, I think it's a good concept. It produces potentially mixed-use communities. It can it can produce mixed-use communities, can help create some affordable housing within projects. But just to run some numbers really quickly, it changed in 2016 to be 1% of the median home price within Tuolumne County. I don't know if the assessors here, but I think it's $420,000 right now, something like that. So that's $4,200 per unit. That's added on, it has to be done before a building permit is issued. So if you're trying to build 200 units and you have to pay an in lieu fee, the full amount, that's over $800,000 upfront before you've been able to sell anything. Not only does it increase the housing cost a little bit, but it's a huge barrier because all of that money, that's coming from a loan, that's coming from self-costing money, that's coming from somebody that has a lot of resources. And our builders are not running up here generally 10, 15, 20 projects. We have a much smaller building community.
Sorry.
So looking at that, even if you did 100 units at the 1%, 100 times that would mean you'd be able to purchase one home at the median level. Of course, as we know with public housing projects, we're not going to be doing it at the same rate as a private market person. So we might be saying we have to do 300 of these units with this fee to be able to afford 200 or 300, one of the public units that's subsidized and affordable. To me, and the amount that we've seen in the Housing Trust Fund, that indicates that this is something that really needs to be changed. So I say cut the red and the green tape. That's something we have to work on. My recommendation is to do it within the housing element. It is really around the fees. It's to pause or suspend that fee. I'd be okay with going back to the reduced fee as well, which I think is 0.25%. Is that correct? Right? But I would say pause it. We should have that incorporated into our housing element review. I think what the current incentives are offered is what we should already be offering our builders. It should already be that flexible. It should already offer parking requirement and minimum lot size and Florida area incentives and exceptions where we can. We should make it easier to build. And when we're talking about the in lieu fee being a voluntary, the inclusionary ordinance being a voluntary program and incentive, we should challenge our consultants, see what is the maximum that we can offer for this additional cost that will be on your project. I agree with doing the fee suspension for 5 years, see how that goes with the housing element, do that. And then at the end of it, if we choose to eliminate this, we do it after trying to fix it. I think just right now the problem is it's not working and people are paying for it. That's creating a housing shortage within the community and we need to get more development going.
Thank you. And before we go to Supervisor Goldenberg, I do have a question, a clarification. What Supervisor Brandon just did is gave you his recommendation. Would you prefer that from each of us, or do you want us to vote on something very specific on this? How do you want to do this?
Well, if there's 4 different directions if there's a different direction for each board member, it will be difficult for staff to know how to move forward. Okay. So some sort of
we'll see how it goes.
Consensus.
And then make a decision.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay, so, first of all, I'm in favor of the development. Would like to see, changes, made to allow for more mixed use and infill. I'm in favor of, and we recently discussed this as a board, looking at the lot sizes, and we're going to bring that back. But I'm also, very interested in, what can our local developers do to bring affordable housing, to the county. And when we look at this, and the, things that drive where this lives, right? Whether it's, within the housing element as a requirement, I'm open to, looking at fees, to encourage, development fee suspensions. But, I also look at, the map that was given to me. And, I'm hearing that Tuolumne County is the only rural area. But when I look at this map and I look at this section east of Sacramento out to the state line with Nevada, and a little bit to the north of Sacramento, I think there's a lot of rural areas here that are part of this. And I'm also looking at the southern section of Santa Barbara County. When you look at Lompoc and areas to the east of Lompoc, that's very real. And I've been down there, quite a number of times. So I'd just like to call out that Tuolumne County is not the only area here that is rural. I do not believe so. So where do we go from here? I want affordable housing, but I don't think that, and I'm open to the changes, but I don't believe that we should just eliminate this, because I think there's, things in place. Should we perhaps revise and look at some of the issues? Yeah, maybe so. There's challenges, and I get it. Topography in the county, the amount of federal lands in the county certainly is creating some restrictions. But there's areas in the county that certainly, and especially in Supervisor Brandon's district and portions of Supervisor Haas' district, that are much more open to development, provided we have the infrastructure, water, sewer, and other areas that need to be accomplished. So I am not in favor of terminating the inclusionary elements. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Kirk.
Sounds like we're a little, okay. In a nutshell, it sounds like what I'm hearing is if we had all the benefits of an inclusionary ordinance without the actual ordinance, there'd be more units on the market. So I'm in favor of getting rid of the whole ordinance. I think the idea of affordable housing is ridiculous in California. And I think when we talk about affordable housing, all we're doing is taking the brunt of those costs. If you build an 80-unit apartment complex, you have 5 units, the other 75 members are going to be paying for the affordability of those 5 folks. And most of those people who are going to be paying for it are probably middle-income folks who, with fire regulations and insurance, all stuff, they're going to be the new batch of homeless folks here pretty soon. So I think if we want more people being able to afford places to live, we got to have more units, basic supply and demand. And I also think there's a huge part of the conversation that nobody's talking about, which is lenders. Most people who are buying homes probably shouldn't because of lots of reasons as far as income and whatnot. That's why we had the 08, 09 crash. It's gotten a little better the last few years, but it's very complicated, but I think the solution is very easy, which is get more units on the market. So if I could strike it today, if I could strike the ordinance today, I completely would. But I'm also cognizant of what staff was saying as far as the timing of it and when to bring it all together. So, is there a way to not strike the ordinance, Quincy, but basically put it on pause until that portion comes, which is basically striking it until the housing portion?
So Supervisor Kirk, if we were to make changes to the ordinance, including pausing it or reverting back to a smaller inclusionary unit fee, which was 0.25% of the median home price up until the end of 2021, I believe, we would need to consult with HC to do that. And the level of consultation, I don't know. The county, not me, not you, but the county had in prior years made that change during the middle of a housing element certification. So they didn't do it with an update. They did it in between updates. I don't know the level of effort that required. Supervisor Brandon did, I think, allude to the fact that did happen. So there were back then modifications that were allowed, but they did that in consultation with HCD. So our staff could pursue that and see what would happen if we did that. But I also wouldn't want to rely on past practice as being what your expectation would be in terms of HC's response, because if anything in California has changed since 2016 when we did that, it's the housing law. So I wouldn't want to rely on that as being an interim solve, but if that's your direction, if you want us to pursue that, we could do that prior to engaging in a new and beautiful world in the next housing element update.
So since there's four of us up here, I'm hearing, well, we got to hear supervisors' staff opinions, but I'm hearing on the side of whatever we can do to, if we could strike the ordinance, obviously, but if that doesn't align with the rest of the supervisors, whatever the next mitigating step would be. So that's where I'm at.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm going to be very brief. The Housing Policy Committee recommended termination of the inclusionary ordinance, and I think they've made a good case in the presentation today. It's a voluntary program that really isn't voluntary and does a pencil out for the builders. That right there is enough for me. Okay. So what I'd like to see is that it be included in the scope of work for the consultant when they work on our housing element update. So I think you've heard from three of us that we want that, and I would also like to see a return to a reduced fee when possible. And a lot of this is going to be worked out by your staff, so I would take your lead on that. So I'm going to ask you again, do we need to formally vote on this, or have you? Yes.
If there's consensus and direction, that's sufficient. And so what I'm hearing is that in the scope of work for the sixth cycle housing element, you would like the consultant to address the inclusionary ordinance, eliminating it, and then we'll work through that process to see HCD's response, and we would obviously bring your board and the public involved then and saying, we can do this and now we need to do that. We will present that then. In the interim, I'm hearing that if we can go back to a reduced fee, that is what your board would like to do.
That's what I've heard from three of us.
Can we go through these just point by point, if that would be easier?
Whose points?
What point by point?
So
I think we've given direction here.
Yeah,
right. I may not have spoken clearly.
Okay.
It sounds like I was including something that I didn't agree with. I wasn't suggesting to eliminate it. I was suggesting to suspend the fees and incorporate it in scope of work for the revision to, if it's going to be an incentive, expand the incentives and exemptions to make it a more desirable program.
So you're not recommending getting rid of it then?
I'm recommending suspending it until we basically rework it with the housing.
And we can't suspend it without becoming decertified. Is that correct?
And that was a question I want to ask staff. If we didn't go to the reduced fee, but we suspended the fee altogether, but kept the ordinance as it just basically stands on the books, is that something that threatens the certification of the housing element?
Possibly.
Okay. So that's why it would be a reduced fee instead of suspension.
Any changes that that your board would direct us to make to the inclusionary ordinance and the ordinance code, prior to bringing that back to your board, we would consult with HCD to ensure that it did not jeopardize the certification of the housing element, whether that be a suspension or whether that be a reduction in fee.
So Ryan, you can, as long as you agree with me in half, you can speak.
Thanks, Chair Kirk.
Well, apologies. So my children's school had a late start this morning, and I was the only one available with a four-wheel drive that was able to get there this morning. So that's the reason for my tardiness. So I apologize. If you could give me 1 second to take a look, because I have notes. I can go over there.
Yeah, let's take let's see what time it is. Let's break until 10:30, be back at 10:30. That gives us about 8 minutes, and then we'll resume. Thank you.
Well, the bypass. That's right. Such a happy.
All right, it's 10:31. We're going to resume our discussion here on item number, let's see, we were on item number 16 regarding the inclusionary ordinance, and got a little hold up with the media here, but we're starting back again. And before we go to Supervisor Campbell to weigh in, I would like to go back to Quincy and see if you can summarize where we've been and what you want to say.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Haff. So I think what I'm hearing is that there's a general consensus to include the inclusionary housing and the challenges that our developers are experiencing in the scope of work when we work on the next cycle of the housing element. So that brings us what to do in the interim. And what I'm hearing is there's a varying level of how we handle the interim, anywhere from pausing the program to reducing the in lieu fee or those requirements. And so what I might suggest is, since there seems to be consensus for something to be done in the interim, not just continue business as usual until the completion of the housing element in 2024, our staff could begin that conversation with HCD because to see if there is anything to be done in the interim. It certainly will help in our overall understanding of the housing element itself, and that will lead to whatever changes that we can make building into the fall of 2024. So whether that is a suspension or a reduction in the fee, either of those options would require us to come back to your board in order to make those changes. So if there's consensus for sort of the long-term and then the short-term plan, I think I'm clear on what you're looking for.
Okay, and wanted to give an opportunity for Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and thank you, Ms. Healy. That's actually exactly the question I had, is that, I kind of came at it from the perspective, if it's just easier to do away with the thing, then just do that. But it sounds like it'd be creating another problem that we'd have to address by doing that. So the idea of working with HCD and kind of having an interim solution to the fees and the requirements, which are the things that we're hearing most about from the development community. And so either way, we're going to come back when we talk about the housing element on what we come up with. So I'm understanding that we were having trouble deciding between revoking it entirely and suspending it. Is that correct?
I think either suspending it or reducing the fee.
Okay.
Suspending and revoking on the interim are sort of synonymous.
On that one point, what would your recommendation be?
I'd like to go back to the state and see what allowances they would let us do in the meantime, prior to getting our housing element certified.
Okay. But I mean, how specifically would you phrase that as a suspension or
Well, I think I've heard a range what I've heard is that business as usual between now and the end of the fall of 2024 is not the consensus of the board. And so we would contact HCD to see what level of changes they would allow between now and then, and we'd bring that back to your board and make those changes in the ordinance code. In 2016, the Board of Supervisors did pause the program, but they reduced the fee. So if we can continue that program, that body of work has been done by the staff. So if HCD, if HCD says, yeah, but you can continue with your reduced in lieu fee, then we just it would be very easy for us to bring that back to you.
okay. And then okay, and then so the issue that we hear about would still be not resolved until we came back and addressed the housing element.
Yeah, and I think that would be the perfect opportunity to do that because it will involve community input, community outreach. So we'll be able to hear from our developers, our nonprofits, other county departments that are everyone's who's working towards providing all kinds of housing in the county.
And I think that I'm convinced that that's the right approach. I kind of came at it from the perspective of let's just be done, do it right now, and just be finished. But it sounds like it's a more complicated process. So we need some more public input on it. So I'm in favor of doing that.
So do you have what you need?
Yes.
I can I just ask a question? I'm sorry. What I heard the original staff recommendation was, and what I'm hearing from county council as well, is that we should not mess with this at all and do what Supervisor Hafford said was include in the scope of work, looking at this and working with everyone, rather than spending time going to HCD. Can we change it? If we do change it, it still requires us to change ordinance code, which then triggers other issues. So I just want to make sure we're clear that it really is, we're not going to address this at all, other than placing all of this in the scope of work for the housing element consultant that we will go out and look for, who will address all of this through working with the different groups, rather than piecemealing it. Because if we piecemeal it, it pulls them away from Title 17. It also, if we do change our code, the ordinance code, it is a change. You can't just go in there and stop it. They will have to come in and actually change the ordinance code. So there's some work there. I just want to make sure we're on the same, because what I heard is,
Yeah, so see, that is not what I heard. I heard that.
no, I'm saying what I heard you say was that we should do it all in one fell swoop so that we don't cause extra work and delay other projects that you're doing. What I'm asking the board is, and I've heard different. Supervisor Half made the recommendation this be included in the scope of work. There's some difference in direction here, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Recommendation from staff is to incorporate all of this into the scope of work for the housing element consultant that we talk about on February 14th. And not start piecemealing this because it will deflect from other projects. But I want to see where you're at.
The only thing I would add is I heard from a majority that she would pick up the phone and just say, hey, HCD, what if we put a pause to this ordinance until we get to the fall? Isn't that?
That's what I heard from
Just a conversation, because if a pause isn't going to do anything and we can pause it and address it later, I think it's worth a 20-minute conversation with HCD.
And that's where I was at too. I think we should allow staff to make the contact with the HCD and have a discussion.
I agree.
And supervisors, just to clarify, staff will take whatever direction your board wants, but previously we had heard your board was very focused on getting Title 17 done, so that was my concern. The other concern, if all it is a 20-minute conversation with HCD, that's obviously not a lot of effort. But as soon as we start making changes to the ordinance, it will need to come before your board, and that's where the work, then we start derailing other projects that your board has already directed as a priority. So for me, that's the concern, is I want to make sure everyone understands that Is any type of change to the ordinance means we come forward with a draft, a first and a second reading of the ordinance before it's.
Sir, I don't think we're talking about a change of ordinance right now. I think we're just saying, can we pause it? And if it does require a change of ordinance, then obviously that would get deferred until the fall.
Okay, so that's, I think, what we want to understand, because for instance, pausing it may require, and I think we need to figure out from HCD, may require an ordinance change. Any type of change in those fees is absolutely going to require the ordinance change. So that's just from staff's perspective, making sure the board doesn't misunderstand that if we start going down that road, we will definitely be not doing other priority work.
And just to paraphrase, I think what you're saying is that what we're doing, if we're putting this on top of the heap above Title 17, some of these other things that we as a board have prioritized in the past. That's your concern. Do you share that concern, Quincy?
Yes, to pause or modify the fee will absolutely require an ordinance change. So if in the interim between now and when we recertify our housing element, if your board wants to pause, not eliminate, we're not talking pause or reduce or make any change to the text in that ordinance, we will have to go through an ordinance code update. It's not just we sit back and go, it's paused, or we're going back to 0.25%. So the question is that, again, that interim, and if HCD says, yes, you can pause your program, or yes, you can reduce your fee, that's the direction, but we do then have to bring you an ordinance code change. So they might allow us to do it, but we still have to change the ordinance code because that's not what the ordinance code says right now.
Okay, so if I can speak for the board, and let's see if I'm going to get this right. I don't think anybody on the board wants to create extra work for you. But I am hearing that we want the inclusionary ordinance reviewed and with the scope of work when the housing element is worked on. So I'm wondering, it sounds like we're going to need to vote. So
Can we clarify though the scope of work? Because I heard the majority wanted to exclude that ordinance as part of that scope of work.
well, it will be decided then, and we won't decide it now. We'll decide it then when it's included in the scope of work.
But when they go to do it as scope of work, the intent of the scope of work is because the majority of the board wants
It to
like,
be right.
I don't want to.
If you
Correct.
mean to eliminate it, though, it would still have to be included in the scope of work. because
Right.
they-
Yeah, I just wanted to find today, make it clear what the scope of work is
Okay.
specifically for that.
So I'm going to return to Quincy, and I'm going to ask you to suggest a motion that we'll see if any of our board members pick up.
Sure. So that staff include the elimination or revision of the inclusionary ordinance in the scope of work for the sixth cycle housing elements.
Okay, is there anyone who wants to promote that as a motion?
Only one comment, and I do agree with what you had said with the motion and those two parts. Regarding the fee and talking about the housing element review, revising this ordinance or balancing it will take a lot of work. That absolutely needs to be with the housing element. I do think it is work right now to either pause, suspend, or reduce the fee and do those initial conversations. I think that one, because we're talking probably 2 years before the housing element is completed and enacted, right? For a year and a
Yeah,
half.
fall of 2024.
Yeah, so we're talking quite a bit of time that this would be still happening while we're waiting to that period.
So Supervisor Brandon, would it be all right with you, since this is going to come back on the 14th of February, right? You're going to be talking about something to do with housing. You can report back your conversation with HCD to see if there are any kind of issues that would create more work if we could put it on pause or reduce fees.
Happy to do that, happy to report back. If HCD says, yes, you can put it on pause or reduce the fee, which is what I'm hearing some of your board members say, that will create more staff work. The only thing that doesn't create staff work is to leave the ordinance alone until we adopt the housing element next fall.
Okay, so I'm going to return to your suggestion, your staff recommendation, and see if, and leave it at that, and see if we have any board member that will take that on as a first motion.
I would move on staff recommendation, and that we would suspend or reduce the in lieu fee.
Do I hear a second?
I'm supportive of that, and I'll second that.
All right, and I'm going to make a second motion to just go with what Director Yaley said, so as not to make any more staff work, even if HCD does approve. Do I hear a second on that? Are you guys following? What we have on the table is the first recommendation, which would be to include the discussion about the inclusionary ordinance, whether to have it or not in the housing element, but also to work on reducing fees and/or doing some other things in the interim, which will create, even if HCD says yes, it will create more staff work. So that was the first motion. My motion is simply to go on what was first said, that we include the inclusionary ordinance in the scope of work with the consultant and time it with the housing element update, period.
So, and I'll just way back in here. Our agenda item says consideration of providing direction on revising the inclusionary ordinance. We've had a lot of discussion about making contact with HCD. I would suggest that we allow staff to make that contact and then bring it back to the board and not make a definitive decision today. We're not looking at a motion here. We're looking at providing direction.
Yeah, we just have to have an idea, a semblance of an idea of what direction that is. That's why I thought it would be better to do an actual vote.
I tend to agree with Supervisor Goldenberg on that. It just, to me, feels like they're asking for direction so they can come back to us with a more simplified plan that then we could take a vote on. This, to me, feels like one of those things where they're looking for direction.
Right, so we have two directions that have been suggested. One is a two-part and one is just one part.
Well, yeah, I guess we're just talking about procedure. But I'm supportive of your suggestion, Supervisor Howe. Yeah, I can second that.
Do we have that clear? I believe they're writing the motion out on the back. Right.
I'm not sure if I'm hearing a majority for anything.
Well, we had a first and a second for the first one that I've already described, which is not just including the scope of work for the consultant to include discussion on inclusionary ordinance for the housing element, but also to look to HCD to see what they say about reducing fees, suspending, and all those other things, which even if they say yes, will create more work for staff. So because I don't want to create more work for staff and side rail other projects, I am suggesting we do simply what staff has recommended. And they will come back to us. They can still have that discussion with HCD over the phone for 5 or 10 minutes and come back on the 14th and talk to us about what was said. But for right now...
That's the problem with the motion, is you're saying bring that information back, but that's not going to be included until fall 2024 scoping. I think, like Supervisor Goldberg said, if we just give direction, punt it a little bit, have a conversation with HCD, bring it back, kind of tell me if they say, yeah, put it on pause, and yes, change the ordinance, but maybe the ordinance is 10 hours worth of staff time. I kind of would like to know, maybe it's worth throwing in there. So I would like to have that information before I make a decision that could potentially get us into 2024.
And just regarding the first motion, I think that's fine. I mean, really what when I'm saying that I'd like to see about suspending or revising the fee, that means making a phone call, which was the direction, and then having that come back in 1 month. That's fine. That's kind of what I expected with it. So I think that's the key difference between those two motions, is saying that, yes, we are going to recommend, we'd like to suspend or do that, make the phone call, report back in February, and then we can make a decision on what that's going to cost as the process. But that's not the motion on the table right now.
Right.
There's a third one if anybody wants to do another.
Yeah.
I would allow you to make the motion under that.
Well, what,
I'll second.
Yeah.
yeah,
So now we've got a third substitute motion.
now I'm confused. So where I thought we were moving, and thank you Supervisor Brandon, I think those comments make a lot of sense, but maybe I'm misunderstanding where I thought it sounded like Supervisor Brandon and Supervisor Kirk were leaning, and Goldenberg as well, that we maybe withdraw the motions on the table and then go to recommending that staff do these things and report back. Is that correct, or are we hard and fast to?
I think we need to give a recommendation
'Cause I think we're
for the first part, because we're all in agreement for the first part, to have a consultant included in the scope of work. I don't think we need a motion for Ms. Yaley to have a phone call with HCD and report back to us what was said in next month. But if that's the will of this board, that's fine too.
Well, we also have direction.
Yeah. And so if the supervisors that made the motions withdraw them, and then I think we are pretty much in agreement now.
Let's withdraw.
Okay, so mine was second, so I'll withdraw it.
Can we just have it reiterated what the direction was on that?
Yeah.
All right, so the initial, which Supervisor Brandon made a motion to move on staff recommendation, Goldenberg seconded, consensus for direction to address eliminating or revising the inclusionary ordinance to be included in the scope of work of the consultant as they update the housing element, and for staff to contact HCD and report back to the board. So that was the first. The second would be.
The second was withdrawn.
Yeah. So that's
Okay, so we're back.
Okay, all those in favor? We've got a first and a second on it, right? On the first one?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain?
I'll abstain.
Okay, so 4-0-1.
I'll abstain because I was not here for public comment.
And I'm going to make one comment because I know everybody here wants to keep hearing us talk. When there's housing issues in the community, just because we got rid of the housing element committee, it only takes 2 board members to bring an issue before this board. So if there's something really important to you guys, get 2 of us, get us on the same page, and then we can bring it here. We don't have to wait a year to go through a subcommittee. We'd get it up there quicker. Okay?
Which process is that? I believe it's a different process.
Whatever the process. If board members want to bring something before the board, we can do it.
All right, thank you, everyone. Hopefully it's crystal clear now. And clerk, would you please read item number 17? And I'm hoping somebody will check with the lighting here.
Thank you. Item 17, consideration of adopting resolution 10-23, authorizing the application for and receipt of Regional Early Action Planning Grant 2.0 funds, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents.
Director Yaley.
Good morning still. Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I don't think I introduced myself last time. Cody Nesper, Deputy County Counsel. This next item that we have on our agenda today is regarding the Regional Early Action Planning Grant. This item has come before your board several times. It's been in several committees. And if you recall, the Regional Early Action Planning Grant it's sponsored by HCD, our favorites, and It's a grant that can provide funds for projects that affirmatively further fair housing, which is AKA affordable housing, projects that reduce vehicle miles traveled, so looking at compact development, as well as support infill housing. So projects that are located in what we would consider here in Tuolumne County in our identified communities that have the ability to be served with public water and public sewer. So through that process, the county staff worked with the public, your board, several committees, as well as our stakeholder partners, specifically TUD and Jamestown Sanitary District, as well as the Chicken Ranch Tribe, and came up with an application that was submitted in December to support some infrastructure projects in Jamestown. The reason that county staff was working towards this was that there is a capacity limitation right now at the Jamestown Sanitary District wastewater treatment plant. And so the county has identified, as you can see on the map, we'll call these 4 locations where the existing general plan identifies low, medium, and high density housing to be hopefully constructed over the 20-year planning horizon of the general plan. The constraint is that Jamestown Sanitary lacks the capacity for any sort of degree of build out of these units. So back to the beginning, the resolution before you today is a required component of the application that has already been submitted. The application that was submitted was for two distinct projects. One was for Jamestown Sanitary. It's a component of their overall expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. And in short, it's a force main, which I had to learn a lot about sanitary systems and force mains. And this is apparently a very important component of being able to expand the Jamestown Sanitary District existing treatment plant. The second project that was submitted is up here at this little red dot. This is at the Valley Vista project, and a grant was submitted. A part of the grant request was in conjunction with Tuolumne Utilities District to overbuild the proposed water storage tank at this subdivision. By overbuilding it, it will allow TUD to have additional redundancy for water supply in the Jamestown district. Right now, if there is an issue with the existing tank in Jamestown, it's very difficult to serve customers down there. And so by taking advantage of the fact that a new tank has to go in for the new subdivision, and by taking advantage of that and overbuilding it, it's going to benefit residents beyond the boundaries of Valley Vista. So this was a map that our fabulous GIS team created. The purple line is the Jamestown Sanitary District boundaries. We identified 4 potential housing sites within those boundaries. This one right here is just outside the boundary, but would likely annex in if they were to be served with public sewer. And if all of these units were built out, we estimate we'd get approximately 1,100 units. This is not at full density, which we discussed earlier, is if everyone took advantage of the density afforded to them by their zoning district. It does have some reductions built in for it for things like topography and other natural resources that are on these sites that would limit the ability for them to fully build out. So we submitted a grant application in December to Housing and Community Development Department, HCD at the state, and it had 2 components to it, the Valley Vista tank, as well as a force main to serve the Jamestown Sanitary Treatment Plant, which has been recently constructed down here. And I've heard a lot about this in the news and through the pipeline, that was funny. But what was discovered is that the grant funds used to relocate that plant did not allow them to increase capacity. So they were not allowed to build bigger. And that this grant is a component of other grants that they are seeking to help improve the tertiary treatment down there, as well as expand the wastewater treatment plant. So one of the things that was just a component you and the public may find interesting is that in our grant application, we certainly pointed out that over 77% of the county's land is under the jurisdiction of the state or federal government, and that 15%, an additional 15%, is in a Williamson Act contract or in a timber preserve contract. So 3% of what's left is basically already developed and under our local regulations, which really leaves us 3% of vacant land where we can focus housing development. So I hope we wrote a pretty compelling application and a staff recommendation that you approve the resolution today. And it just should be noted that the two sub-recipients, Jamestown Sanitary and TUD, are taking sub-recipient resolutions to their respective boards and will be submitting those to the state. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
So we'll go with that. Questions from supervisors? Anybody have one? Okay. We'll go to the public next to see if there's any public comment on this particular item. All right, seeing none, we'll go back to the supervisors. Supervisor Goldenberg, will you please start?
Sure. Supervisor Brandon and myself did take a tour of the new Jamestown Sanitary District project. Excellent project. It was a relocation from their former site to basically at Highway 108 to the Woods Creek. In discussions with staff at the time, they did specifically say that it was not increasing their capacity, but they had adjacent property and could very well increase the capacity should they receive funding. And I would be completely in support of that occurring. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
I have no other comments or questions. I think it's what's been presented is a good plan. We should adopt it.
All right, Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Brandon.
So only comments on this is I'm really excited to see this before the board. When we talk about trying to build housing, some of the main challenges, you can't build if you can't pipe. And that involves our utility partners. And the challenges, of course, is these are not under the county directly. And that requires a lot of meetings, as you see, we've had stakeholder meetings with JSD that Director Yaley was able to attend. And, I think also pitching that where do we want to have growth in a state that is saying it wants a lot of growth, but is making it very difficult, and especially for rural counties. I've said it for a while. I think Jamestown has a very bright future, and it has this opportunity to be able to help the county meet its workforce needs, its family needs, and its housing needs. But that starts with the plant and the plant capacity. So this is a really big step. I know it's probably maybe boring to some folks in the audience with it, but adding additional capacity for effluent, additional piping, this is the first step to that area being able to be one of the, I think, next great housing developments within the area. And I just wanted to say, too, I think 1,100 units total, and of course, these take some years to build out, but that's about double our RENA requirement if they were all eligible units, right? So this is a huge amount to meeting our state housing need goals that I think previously we were struggling to do. This puts us on a track to actually doing what we need to be done to provide achievable housing for people. So thank you for the time on this. Thank you for all the work on it. And I'm really excited to see this move forward.
All right, thank you. And just one comment from me. As part of the Housing Collaborative, we had a couple of meetings last year, as you know, and at our second meeting towards the end of 2022, we came to the conclusion that we do need to address the sewer and water infrastructure in order to increase any appreciable amount of housing. I mean, that just became so evident. So I am totally in favor of this, but I will entertain a motion.
Go ahead, it's your district.
I will move on staff recommendation for the REAP 2.0 grant on the JSD expansion.
And adopting a resolution.
On staff, adopting the resolution.
Thank you.
And I'll second.
All right, so we had a first by Supervisor Brandon. I don't want to call you Supervisor Jaron. And a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, next we have number 18. Clerk, if you please read the item.
Item 18, presentation by the Tuolumne Local Agency Formation Commission on the regulations regarding the formation of a community service district.
Take it away.
Wow, this is a special day. Before we start this item, I'm going to stand up and change my role and sit back down as your LAFCO Executive Officer. And I'm going to talk today about a little bit about LAFCO and consolidations. And I have a PowerPoint to go along with it. I'm happy to take questions as we go along or at the end. And I'm looking forward to answering any questions you may have. LAFCO stands for Local Agency Formation Commission. Oh, actually, let's go ahead and hit the slides. Okay, so Local Agency Formation Commission, it's formed under a Special Government Reorganization Act. This act is, I should also just add, this part of the statute is a living component of the statute. It receives very frequent updates, which makes LAFCO law a very exciting field of law to follow. Because there's a lot of changes that are happening. And so the purpose of LAFCO is to discourage the urban sprawl, and it's exciting. And the efficient providing of public services, really we're talking about utilities, water and sewer. And it helps encourage the orderly organization of boundaries with our special districts. And really when it started, it was to preserve open space and prime ag land. It really was created to reduce and prevent sprawl. These types of things were happening. It's down in Southern California specifically. And so LAFCOs were created to help ensure that communities were not growing outside of their infrastructure boundaries. So LAFCO is made up of a number of members. We have 2 board members, 2 city council members, and there's alternates with both of those. There's 2 special district members, and there's 1 public member, and everybody has an alternate. The special district members were added just a few years ago. It was a very exciting thing in the world of LAFCO because most LAFCOs don't have special district representation. And so the fact that Tuolumne County added special districts, it earned us an article in the Sphere, which is the LAFCO annual newsletter. So that's how exciting it was. Right now, it's staffed by county staff members. That's myself, Dave Ruby, who is also here. He is our deputy executive officer, and Taryn Vanderpan is our LAFCO clerk. And I can't believe I left off Cody Nesper, who is our LAFCO counsel. So LAFCO exercises judgment on behalf of the public, not on the agency that brought them to LAFCO. Although it's very important to know that just because you represent an agency or entity that has an item before LAFCO, it does not prohibit you from voting. So that is a unique and very special component of LAFCO. And so the goal of LAFCO is, as we come together as a LAFCO board, is to not just consider the goals of your agency that you represent, but really to consider the broader goals of the county in light of why LAFCO was created. And that's why I stood up and put on my LAFCO hat. Cody and I are very, very deliberate when we work on LAFCO issues to make sure that we are representing the membership of LAFCO and not the interests of Tuolumne County. Regulations that apply to LAFCO, I've already mentioned the Reorganization Act, Knox-Hertzberg Act. The LAFCO is subject to the Brown Act, Public Records Act. It is also subject to CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. So if there's a project that's brought before LAFCO that qualifies as a project under CEQA, then you must do the required CEQA work. It is subject to the Revenue Taxation Code, Political Reform Act, and any other conflict of interest laws, the Levine Act, and the Principles Act. Those are good ones. So the role of LAFCO, as I said, is that it's to basically ensure the orderly development of a community and to regulate those special district boundaries. So LAFCO does not make direct land use decisions. They don't approve use permits. They don't approve subdivisions. They don't approve building permits. but they do participate in the growth of a community through looking at annexations, looking at access to facilities and services, and they really look at the growth-inducing impacts of a local authority's land use decisions to ensure that they are consistent with the Reorganization Act, which is to basically prevent sprawl. Let's see. Quality of life. The biggest thing or not the biggest thing, a large component of LAFCO is regulating those boundary lines. So boundary lines of Groveland Community Services District. Let's just take that one for an example. So if they were going to change the areas that they serve, they would need to come to LAFCO. LAFCOs are to be neutral, independent, and to provide well-balanced representation. That is one of the positives about having those special district members on our local LAFCO. The role is, again, they have powers to prevent urban sprawl and ensure the orderly extension of government services. And we do that through various reporting mechanisms. One of those is called a municipal service review. This is a report that LAFCO staff prepares, it's essentially like a Wikipedia of the district that we're studying. So most recently, we studied Groveland Community Services District. And so the municipal service review is the who, what, where, when, and why of Groveland Community Services District, what they do, where they do it, how they do it. It looks at their funding and their financing. It also looks at any areas that a district may want to expand into, and it makes recommendations on those proposals. LAFCOs are required to establish a sphere of influence. This is a plan for the probable physical boundaries and service area of a local agency. So Groveland's going to be my example today because they just most recently finished. So there's two parts to a sphere of influence. One is the potentially more narrow boundary, which is where they actually provide services. The sphere is that area that's outside that they may extend into. So, for example, a number of years ago, your Board of Supervisors approved a project called Airport Estates. It was 9 lots on the side of the airport. That was within the sphere of Groveland, but outside their boundary. And so that's an example of the differences. It's an area that GCSD expects to grow into. LAFCO conducts these municipal service reviews on a regular basis, ideally on a regular basis. It can be every 5 years or as needed. So there are a lot of people who say you have to update municipal service reviews every 5 years. LAFCO law really says it's 5 years or as needed. LAFCO doesn't regulate everyone. There are a number of entities listed on your screen that they do not regulate. Things that come up in our work a lot of time are things like private water companies or like the Pinecrest Permittees Association, Sonora Meadows Water Company. There are a number of utility providers, a Cold Springs Water Company. These entities are not subject to LAFCO, but along with a number of other, there's like school districts and counties. How is LAFCO funded? In general, it's split equally between the membership, unless there is a special funding arrangement that is made between the members. And this, of course, is what we have here in Tuolumne County. We have a unique formula here where the city pays the majority. The county pays the majority. The city pays about 8 to 9%. And the special districts, now that we have those in there, they also pay a portion too. And the special districts themselves pay into the special districts with a formula that they came up with when they came into LAFCO. So depending on the size of the special district is how they determined how much they would pay towards LAFCO. Our county auditor maintains those books, and if there's other applications that are made towards LAFCO, such as annexations, consolidations, those, we have a special fee schedule for those. And they typically run time and materials, the full cost of the application. And so here we go. So municipal service reviews, I've talked a little bit about that. Annexations, which means that a district is going to take more property into their boundary. Corporations, it could be if Tuolumne City decided to become a city, that would go through LAFCO. Mergers, so if we had Twainhart and Tuolumne Utilities District and they wanted to merge, that would come towards LAFCO. Also formations, so new districts that are going to be created, new community service districts. Twainhart Community Service District went through LAFCO when they were created. Consolidations, if you have multiple districts that want to come together, or in the event that you have a dissolution, you may, through your municipal service review report, through your Wikipedia audit, find that a district is not financially solvent, or maybe isn't organized in the best way to serve the public. And so a dissolution can also be completed. Oh, and new functions of an existing special district or district. So if you have someone who provides a water service and they now want to provide sanitary service as well, they would need to come to LAFCO for that approval. Excuse me. You guys are doing great. This is riveting. Projects that don't come to LAFCO. This may be self-evident, but building permits, use permits, like I said. Just because there's a land division within a district boundary, that doesn't mean it has to come to LAFCO. So for instance, when we did airport estates, 9 lots on the side of the airport, the land division doesn't come to LAFCO. The service provider component does. And LAFCO also can comment on discretionary review, which is very, very important. In that, if they foresee an issue typically with extending services towards a project, LAFCO would want to let the lead agency know that, so that the lead agency can make sure to review that in their environmental document. That growth-inducing component of a project is very important to handle at the local level, so that if it does go to LAFCO, we've addressed that, and we don't have to do additional review. So the real reason, in addition to everything I've said, to come to you today is to talk about one component of LAFCO, which is the formation of community services districts. And so a CSD can provide a variety of services, and some of those are listed up here on the screen. You're familiar with some that we have, GCSD, they do lighting, no, sorry, they don't do lighting, they do parks, water and sewer. Twainhart Community Services District also provides a variety of services. And so if you want to form a CSD, you have to go to LAFCO in order to do that. When you come to LAFCO, we need an application and fee and a petition or resolution. I'll talk about that in a second. One of the things you need to tell LAFCO is, what do you want to do? What do you want to do in the current, right now? What do we want to do right now? And what are powers that we want to have that we may provide in the future? And we'll talk a little bit about that before. Those are called latent powers. So if I'm a park district and Cody is a sewer district, we come together, we're going to provide park and sewer, but you know what? We'd also like to maintain the roads. And so we might ask LAFCO, in the future, we'd like to have a latent power of road maintenance. You have to tell LAFCO how you're going to do it. That's the only way now LAFCO will know if this is a good idea or not. This is how I'm going to provide parks. This is how Cody's going to provide sewer. And when we come together, this is going to be our organization, our org chart. This is our budget. This is how it can provide it. Because when LAFCO is making these decisions, they're done. It's very, very important that LAFCO gets it right, and they need a lot of information in order to make a good judgment. One of the things that is required as a component of your application is a tax revenue sharing agreement. This means that the two entities that are coming together have to agree how we're going to divvy up the tax revenues that we either may or may not be getting. The tax revenue sharing agreement in LAFCO law must be approved by a local Board of Supervisors, whether or not you're a party to that application or not. So even if there's no tax revenue impact to the county, LAFCO law says you are still the deciding board on Cody and I coming together and being a new CSD. As I mentioned, there's environmental review. It's a reason why it's important for LAFCO to talk about discretionary projects and comment on growth-inducing impacts. Because if, let's say it's an annexation, If the subdivision is approved and it doesn't talk about the growth-inducing impacts, when it comes to LAFCO may require another CEQA document to talk about growth-inducing impacts. That's an extra step for the applicant to have to go to. So we want to be able to provide a very comprehensive environmental document up front, so that when the county's environmental document goes to LAFCO, they can adopt it, they can essentially adopt it as their own. There's a lot of opportunity for districts and the public to protest a LAFCO decision. It depends on what kind of decision it is and how it was approved. At the end of the entire community service district process, you have to go to the Board of Equalization. I think that's where we go. Board of Equalization, and we file a statement of boundary change. And so we have to give them essentially it's a new tax map. What is the new taxing boundary of this new entity? Back up to the top real quick on petition or resolution. The public can bring a project to LAFCO by petition. Special districts can bring a project to LAFCO by resolution, or the third one I left off is that LAFCO could also initiate a consolidation on their own based on information that they may have acquired through the municipal service review process. Any questions yet? Okay, keep going. When a community service district is proposed and comes before LAFCO, a study needs to be prepared, and there's a number of points and pieces of information that have to be in that study. Those are outlined in the statute. They have to, a finding is that you have to continue to provide the prior services. It's going to look at the costs of consolidation. If the consolidation is more expensive for the public, that's something that LAFCO needs to consider. And really the finding is that it's either the same or less. And as well as that, it's in the best interest of the public to support a consolidation that it promotes public access and accountability. This is a little bit about protests. Again, agencies or landowners or voters, it depends, again, on the type of application, can protest a decision. There are thresholds depending on who is a party to the application. So if Cody and I, and we're going to now, we want also Sarah's powers, we're going to take Sarah's powers. If Sarah's not a part of our application, Sarah has special powers to file a protest. If she's in on our application, then she just is a part of our application and she doesn't need that. So a hearing is held before LAFCO in the event of a protest, and then eventually it can go to an election, and that would be funded by the applicant. And that's the end of my slide deck. There you go. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about consolidations, the role of LAFCO, and in general, the role of the Board of Supervisors in a consolidation process.
And I understand that this is a presentation only for our information.
That's correct. This is a presentation, not looking for direction, not looking for decisions, just here to talk about consolidations in general and answer any questions that you may have.
So we'll start with questions for the board. Anybody?
Well, the only question I have, Quincy, is there stuff coming down the pike? Is that why we're doing this training?
Well, I think the really important part is that your board plays a unique role in the consolidation process. And I think that's something that we haven't talked about yet. And so LAFCO used to be very sleepy. We didn't really have anything going on. And in recent years, we've had a lot more applications and interest in the role of LAFCO in the county. And so that was the reason to come today. We certainly do have projects that may require your board to participate via a tax revenue sharing agreement. And so it's important that you begin to understand that process. This is super high level. Certainly, if a project were to come before you, we would have a lot more details in terms of services, finances, budgets, et cetera.
Okay.
Anybody else? Yes. Supervisor Campbell.
And my question is sort of along the lines of what Supervisor Kirk had said. Is the fact that asking for your expertise here. So we are seeing more activity in the realm of special districts and just LAFCO in general, related discussion. in your opinion, is that indicative of? Well, like, what, is it something that's changing in the economy, or just the fact that there is more money out there for development, or that there's not enough money for districts, that public agencies are under more pressure to provide services that they weren't necessarily a decade ago? What's your impression of the fact that we are seeing more LAFCO-related activity?
So Supervisor Campbell, I would say probably some of all of the above. Right now, the development that the county is seeing is not involving annexations per se. So it's not necessarily that the county is experiencing sprawl beyond the boundaries of its existing infrastructure. I would probably say that it's due to lack of, reduced funding for certain special districts, that special districts may be more willing now to participate and to come together in order to reduce expenses. And I think really the turning point, I think, my gut is that once the special districts came onto LAFCO, I think that they, LAFCO and the special districts realized that there are benefits to going through a LAFCO evaluation process. And so I think that for all of those reasons, we are more active now. Because we're more active, our staff are more active, and we're also realizing that there's there is other work that needs to be done in LAFCO. So it's partly being driven external, which brings awareness to an internal drive to make sure that we're completing the items that LAFCO needs us to complete.
Thank you.
Supervisor Goldberg and Supervisor Brandon.
Great. So I appreciate the presentation and the opportunity to attend a LAFCO conference training along with a few others with our LAFCO team and serve on this for a couple of years. It's definitely, sleep is a really good word. It's a really powerful entity, but it is something that's kind of, I think, taking a backseat a bit. What I wanted to ask is just the way that we do it. There were a few other counties that had regional approaches, not in LAFCO, of course, they were per county, but they had staffing with that. This is something that's on your plate, it's on Cody's plate. As we see a lot of these proposals coming forward, moving from what before was, again, kind of sleepy, kind of a side project that as needed, something comes up, MSRs and whatnot. Do we anticipate this to become a much larger increase in your time and your positions?
So depending on the size of a LAFCO, so if LAFCOs are the county, they have the county boundaries, depending on the number of districts that they may have on them or all those things, that's going to dictate how you're going to strategize for your LAFCO staff. At a recent LAFCO meeting we had our outside attorney, Michael Colantino, came. I believe this topic came up, and at that point, this is one person's opinion, didn't feel that we had enough work to have a separate LAFCO staff. Some counties have their own LAFCO, they're not subcontractor, sort of employed using county staff and those types of things. So the question is, do I think we need to go to a different model of staffing? Not yet, but I think that LAFCO certainly, should they choose to increase the amount of funding that they use for consultants, we could kind of swap some of our county staff and we use our county planners to prepare MSRs and things like that. We may be able to utilize more consultants. LAFCO law says the budget basically needs to stay substantially the same from year to year unless there's a good reason to raise it, because if LAFCO were to go to a different model of staffing, that may raise the budget for not just for the county, the city, and all of our special districts. And some special districts maybe don't have as big of a foot in the door. They may not want to do that. So I don't think that as of yet, but certainly that would be something for the LAFCO commission to take up if they felt that that was the direction they wanted to go.
And I don't have any questions, but I think that there was, Tracy, did you? CAO Riggs.
Thank you. So I had asked Quincy to make this presentation because we are seeing definitely more action or more concern that's being brought to LAFCO. But what my concern is, because I'm not involved with LAFCO, nor should I be, my concern is with the role of the board, which is what this was for today, is that as some of these conversations start coming your way, we needed to make sure you understood the process and then what the board's role was in that process. The biggest part of that and the main part of it is that revenue sharing agreement. So I want to make sure that your board understands that even if say there's a consolidation of two districts and it has nothing to do with the county, but they're going to change the way the funding works because they're consolidating, that revenue sharing agreement must come before your board, even though there's no county, like there's no additional monies coming from the county, but it's changing the financial makeup that your board must approve that revenue sharing agreement before it can continue. And that is a critical point that you need to understand in that process, where you weigh in and where your authority lies. We have a couple of items that we're working through. We're not quite ready, but I wanted your board to be aware of the consolidation process or formation of a district, but also I've asked them to come back fairly soon and take you through the process in LAFCO and the authority that the board has for any annexations that may or may not take place in the future. So again, my purpose is you understand the process and then what your role is. So that's what this was for today.
And to add that, City Riggs, in LAFCO law, it refers these tax revenue sharing agreements to the local county board of supervisors. It doesn't compel you to make a decision. And in fact, there are timeframes that your board must make a decision. And if a board of supervisors does not act, the application cannot go forward because a requirement for LAFCO to make a decision on a consolidation or an annexation is that they have an executed tax revenue sharing agreement, whether, again, you're a party to it or not, but that must come from a county board of supervisors to complete the application so that LAFCO can act on it. So if a county chose not to put it on their agenda or chose to not approve it, then essentially that application towards LAFCO would be ended.
All right, thank you for that clarification and that question. Now I'm going to bring it to the people in this room to see if there's any public comment.
Obviously, the interests of the public rests on your shoulders as our elected officials, so that's terrific that you're the final decision maker. I'm interested in understanding more about this in terms of public involvement, engagement in the process, and also how this gets communicated out to the public so we all know kind of what's going on with these changes. They are complicated, complex, and often not understood well. So just looking for more information. Along those lines, I saw that there was one public representative in the LAFCO board, and I'll investigate that further, but it seems like, I guess that's our another channel of engagement with the board, so I'll look at that. Thank you.
So I'll direct your question to Director Yaley.
So as I mentioned, the LAFCO is subject to the Brown Act. And so all of our meetings are public, just as any of, we have to.
Sorry about that.
We have to follow any Brown Act requirements that your board of supervisors must follow. There are little differences is that our public hearings require a 21-day notice. So whereas a land use item that might become before your board of supervisors is a 10-day notice, if LAFCO is going to have a public hearing, it's a 21-day notice. Sometimes LAFCO doesn't have public hearings, which then we would just follow our standard Brown Act requirements for the release of information. Tuolumne County hosts the LAFCO website, and you can, just as you sign up for notifications about board meetings or planning commission meetings, you can sign up for notifications about LAFCO meetings. Each LAFCO appoints the the public member, I'm sorry. And so when that becomes vacant, we post a notice of vacancy. So what else I'm going to say? And then each entity, so like the county will appoint there to the city, and then the special districts have a group that they appoint their members as well. And so, yeah, I would encourage, LAFCO, as I think as, Jared mentioned, it has a lot of power granted to it by the state of California. And so, as where it has been, I think, in my, just even as a member of the public and working in the county in the past as a planner, it was sort of just going through the motions of updating municipal service reviews. And even I can see that when I go through the files, the past files, in terms of trying to find information about how certain things happened. There wasn't a lot. There were some annexations here and there, some road maintenance entities that have been dissolved, but there haven't been a lot of, let's just say big LAFCO action. And we certainly now have a few applications or potential applications. And it's important to understand the board's role, just as we are, if those of you who are on LAFCO, we have a little bit of a different training to make sure you understand what your role is on LAFCO.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, I'll turn my attention back to our board and Supervisor Kirk, final comments.
I did just have one last quick question. You kind of said that, we're kind of dusting it off the shelf, something new. Do we, during this process, or as LAFCO potentially comes before the board, are we getting outside counsel just to make sure the process is being done right? Because like you said, once it's done, it's done. So I'm not saying you guys don't know what you're doing, but since obviously it's a new era where there's lots of applications, are we just making sure we have some protection as far as outside review?
Yeah, it is a complex area of law. It's one that I've been working hard to come up to speed on, but in light of how complex it is and how kind of newly active our LAFCO has become, we are working with some expert outside counsel.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
My comments are short. LAFCO is important, and it needs to be taken really seriously with it. Just as the county, looking at this and how we work with our special districts, this is a place where we could potentially try to find efficiencies, get them working together. It can be something that can help support economic growth, housing growth. So just thinking about not only them bringing forward what they'd like to see done, but what would we like to see as a broad concept from them. Not to say that it is directing the members on LAFCO or to LAFCO, but just to be able to maybe get them thinking about something. If we need housing, we need utility districts, we need, other types of services provided. This could be a tool to help solve some of the issues that we face.
Thank you. And I don't have any comments, so I think that concludes our presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to get through, let's see how much time we have, a little bit more than 20 minutes. I'd like to get through number 19 and 20 before lunch, if we can possibly do that. So clerk, will you read number 19, please?
19, consideration of recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $1,072,339 from the Juvenile Facility Grant, AB 178, and increasing appropriations in the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility budget by the same amount. Requires a 4-5 vote.
Good morning.
Good morning. Annie Hockett, Assistant Chief Probation Officer and Facility Superintendent of the Juvenile Detention Facility. I'm here today asking your board to recognize unanticipated revenue in the amount of $1,072,339 that we have received as part of the Juvenile Facility Grant. This non-competitive grant was provided to support DJJ realignment efforts currently underway across the state. And just as a reminder, SB 823 was signed into law in 2020, which began the phased closure of the Division of Juvenile Justice, or DJJ, which historically was responsible for providing secured detention services to youth that could not be served locally, based on the seriousness of their offense and/or their extensive treatment needs. SB 823 has shifted the responsibility for the care and custody of these youth to individual counties. In preparation for that shift, funding such as this grant has been made available to better position local jurisdictions to meet the needs of the realigned population. The Juvenile Facility Grant is a one-time allocation limited to the following purposes: providing therapeutic, youth-centered, trauma-informed, and developmentally appropriate rehabilitative environments for youth, modernizing units and sleeping rooms and creating more normative space, adding treatment, vocational, educational, recreational, visitation, and family engagement space, and enhancing security infrastructure to the extent it promotes creation or expansion of these specified spaces. As outlined in the board memo, we have a number of ideas of how to use this funding while adhering to the guidelines and goals that I just mentioned. We have a couple projects aimed at just enhancing our space to create additional therapeutic spaces for the youth. This includes the creation of a de-escalation room, as well as a meditation and pollinator garden. We've also been working with our partners at the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools Office to develop a plan for additional vocational and career tech ed programming. And we do plan on dedicating a fair amount of this funding just to security upgrades. This would include, among other things, adding additional cameras, updating our security electronic software and equipment, and various other items we've identified as a potential need. Locally, our Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council continues to meet and plan for full implementation of DJJ realignment. And while we don't know fully what to expect, as this is obviously a big shift to the juvenile justice system, our local team is very forward-thinking in our planning discussions, and we will continue to strategize and prepare for what the next few years may bring. This funding certainly helps with some of that planning and preparation. So again, asking the board to recognize this unanticipated revenue and approve appropriations in the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility budget by an amount matching that of the grant, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
All right, do we have questions for Ms. Hockett?
Just on security, well, actually, I think this is wonderful, especially looking at the vocational career, technical education opportunities there. That's something that was kind of an idea from the beginning, that we'd be able to give kids education and put them on a path there. So I appreciate that for being a big part of this. My question, though, is, will any of this money go to fix that part of the fence so that people can't climb it?
Great question. So we were before the board a few weeks ago, maybe longer than that. We have some additional funding that is dedicated to that project.
Okay.
And we've been working with facilities to try to fast track that. Any extra security upgrades, infrastructure repairs could be tapped in for this funding, but we do have that as the #1 priority project at this point.
So this could be used for that, but you have another source of funding that's directed toward that.
Correct.
Okay, as long as that's still on the radar.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
The only question that comes to mind is with DJJ closing down, obviously, probably won't get too many, but there's a chance that we might get a high-risk sex offender or violent offender. I see the list of things that we can put the money towards, but what if we need to do more than just security cameras? Do we have a plan in place potentially to make that facility more secure in a certain area? I mean, I know it's just one pod, so I'm just curious what the thought is on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we're continuing to think about and plan for. We are of the mindset that we're hoping that we can serve some of these youth that are realigned, but there may be a situation where that risk level is just too high for our facility. So we're kind of planning for both of those tracks. Hard to say what, like I said, the next few years may bring, but it's something definitely we're mindful of, and recognizing that we're well positioned in many ways to provide for some of these kids, but maybe not every youth that comes our way.
So then you may have answered it. If he's too high of a risk, he'll go to a different facility.
That's our plan. The difficulty with that is just finding another facility that would be willing to contract with us. So lots of things to try to figure out. But like I said, we're anticipating all of those challenges and trying to develop a plan to meet those needs.
The only reason why I bring it up is because it would be horrible if down the future they're like, okay, now you need to retrofit your facility when over the last couple of years we were getting handfuls of money and, not keeping that in mind. I think that's more of a state conversation than local.
And we're hoping that this might not be the last of the funding. Obviously, it's a huge shift to the system, and so we're very vocal, with our groups about what we need to be successful in this, and we're certainly being creative and trying to strategize. But it's a complex issue for sure.
All right, thank you.
And Supervisor Goldel.
Yeah, so no questions. Thanks, Annie, for the presentation. There's a couple areas here that are called out in your presentation, and I'm very supportive of them. The sensory de-escalation room, I think that's something that's really important. When the language here says support and impulse control, and with the youth, that does obviously occur. I've seen it in many areas in the past. And I'm really pleased to see the vocational training aspect because that gives an opportunity, for them to grow and perhaps, get a career, moving forward. So, great, thanks.
Thank you.
And my question was basically along the same lines as Supervisor Kirk. I am concerned that the only juveniles that we sent away to the state DJJ were very serious offenses, and we don't have a way of protecting the other kids that are in the juvenile system in our facility from those should they come into our facility. So I would just ask, and I know you're already doing this, keep in mind that we need that kind of funding to make a space so we don't have to spend other money to ship a child, juvenile out that could possibly cause harm to our other juveniles.
Yeah, and I'll just add that, as you mentioned, we've been historically a very low user of DJJ and placement. Our last placement there was in 2016. We have been able to serve youth locally with DJJ eligible offenses since the facility has been, operational. There is additional grant funding that we're receiving in addition to this grant to prepare for some of those potential placement costs if we were in a position of needing to look at an outside facility. So that's on top of this. So hopefully that provides some clarity.
Great, yes, it does. And I understand that no action is required. Did I ask for public comment on this? So I think I will open it up to the public if they have any comments they'd like to make on this item. Seeing none, I thank you very much for your presentation. Very informative.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Haft, this one does require a motion and a vote.
So no action required.
4/5.
Oh, yes, okay.
Oh,
So we do have to do
I'll
that.
make the motion to approve staff recommendation. Second.
Okay, we have a first from Supervisor Campbell and a second from Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you. I see that. Okay. The last item before we go to lunch is number 20. Tanya, would you please read that?
Item 20, consideration of approving an optional special board meeting on the second Tuesday of each month.
All right, good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. When Supervisor Haft stepped in as the board chair, she had asked that we bring something before you to consider placing a special board meeting on the second Tuesday of every month. This would not require amending the agenda, but it would put a placeholder there in the event that it was needed. And as you know, we've had some long board meetings and we have some, especially certain times of the year, things will start to stack up. This will give us greater flexibility. However, if it's not needed, we would notify you immediately and let you know you could clear that time off. So we are asking your board would consider directing staff to do that, and we would begin placing those on February 14th.
So I don't think there are going to be questions, but I would entertain comments from the board at this particular time.
I have comments. So when I became chair, well, first of all, I'm just going to tell you, the previous board that Supervisor Rand and I sat on, I think the latest we would get out was 3 or 4 every single meeting. We went through meetings quick. When Supervisor Campbell was chair, meetings were going long, so we decided to have a third meeting, and the third meeting was specifically going to be for land use items. It quickly turned into a third board meeting of everything except land use items. So when I became chair, I wanted to go back to 2 meetings a day. I was hoping that we'd be more proficient, doing these cards, that we'd keep our comment, the whole thing that we've discussed. We had a few late meetings, but really it wasn't just for us as board members, but also for our staff, who they just turned out very long days. And anyway, so I'm terrified that we're going to potentially go back to a third meeting, because the intent is good, which is to kind of button up stuff from these meetings and go and have it go long. But I think we're going to quickly turn into 3 very long board meetings a month. So I would kind of like to put some limits on this. Maybe say, maybe only allow for 4 to 6 of these special board meetings. That way, if things pile up, we have a dedicated date, maybe 5 weeks in the future or 3 weeks in the future, where it's like, okay, that's a dedicated full day board meeting. I'm just afraid if we do this once a month, we're going to have long meetings. So that is my 2 cents. And you as chair, have fun with it.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask that we work a third day a month on some of this stuff. We talked about it before. We thought we should have kept that meeting, because I think one of the big problems is we have so much stuff to get through. We have a finite time. If we reduce the amount of meetings that we have, but we're not actually going faster through things, then all we're doing is creating a backlog. So I support reestablishing that board meeting. I'd like us to be able to use it for some of the working on the business, not just at the business stuff. But at the same point, that ended up being business items as well. That's fine. In all honesty, I think a lot of the stuff that happens up here could be better done within committees. It could be done with staff to provide input ahead of time, and to make some of this more efficient. We could put time limits. We could do I just think a number of things that would speed along these meetings. I would love to see us have 3 meetings a month. I don't even care if it's 4 meetings a month, but we're able to get out by 12. And the people that are able to show up don't have to spend all day here. So to me, there's no issue with the number of board meetings. It's how we conduct them. And we got to have some rules to make sure that that's going efficiently. It can't just be, we all just have to not talk. We all talk about different issues. It can't just be, we can't bring up items. We all bring up issues that are different. So it has to be something fair.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I very much appreciate the comments of Supervisor Brandon and Supervisor Kirk. And Supervisor Kirk, I completely agree with how you described kind of the process that we went through. I think you're absolutely correct. We started with, when I was chair, we implemented a third meeting a month. And then it did quickly become just a regular board meeting. I think going to Supervisor Brandon's comments, though, I think that every year I see us becoming, working together in a more disciplined, more structured way. And I'm very optimistic about this year. I think we've kind of found, a path forward to be more efficient. And I think just in the few short meetings that we've had, we have been more efficient with our time, with our comments. And like Supervisor Brandon said, I do support having a third meeting. Not saying a third meeting, but the option at least, which is what we're talking about here, that we have an option every month for a third special meeting. If we're talking about the people's business here, I mean, we can, I'd be happy to do 10 meetings a month if it was going to help this county, but I think we could get the work done more efficiently, and I don't think it would burden the staff. In fact, I think it would probably be an asset for some staff members to have that option. And if there are no items, if we can do it all in 2 meetings, then we'll do it all in 2 meetings, but at least we should have the option, and that's my view.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, thank you. Wow, 10 meetings per month. I'm sure Supervisor Kirk is totally in favor of that. No, I do share the same concerns as Supervisor Kirk. All of us, we've got a lot on our plates, right? We've got a lot of meetings. Some of them are very time consuming. There was some discussion, and we can work this out as we move forward, but, maybe on this Tuesday meeting, putting that time limit of like 9 a.m. to noon, to limit, the commitment, that we have to make. And it's really good, you know, for us to look at this. We established, you know, this procedure, asking clarifying questions, public comment, return to board for further questions, and then debate. And I know Supervisor Half, as chair, has hopefully expressed that, you know, she's very interested in keeping us on track, and that's good, because if we you know, police ourselves, you know, we can shorten our meetings and be more focused and get through the items accordingly. So I'm in favor of going this route, but would like to you know, limit the amount of time if we can. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I give my comments, I want to ask if there is any member of the public who would like to come forth and talk on this subject. Anybody here? All right. So my idea was that we would have the second Tuesday run from 9 to 12 optimally. I don't want to see it be another full-blown meeting if we can help it. And it would be not only for overflow items, that it would just have made either the first Tuesday or the third Tuesday way too long. It could be for those things, but it could also be for study sessions, presentations, things where we really need to focus, and we can do it in the morning when we're all fresh, rather than sometime in the middle of an agenda that could be very long, or it could make it longer. So this is my reasoning. And also, we just had our workshop where we kind of went over and refreshed on what we were committing to do. I think I heard from everybody we're committing to doing some of the things that were suggested at the workshop to minimize the amount of length that our meetings have previously gone to, whether it means commenting only when we have something new, or not interrupting, or, yeah, there were lots of different suggestions made, but I think we all have those in mind. And it is for all those reasons that I would like to propose that we do this. And were there any other comments before we talk about it? And Sarah, just for clarification, we need to vote on this, is that correct?
Direction is fine.
What's that?
Direction is fine.
Direction is fine. Well, I think I heard more than three giving, or I think all of us gave the same direction, except for...
Mine wasn't loudest. Okay.
Yours was first.
I'll support you guys. Let's try.
Okay,
Let's try and
so
button it
we
up.
have all five of us then unanimous. Thank you, Supervisor Kirk. And I'm wondering if we have enough time to do the closed session before lunch. I'm thinking we probably do, because I understand it's not a very big one. So, Clerk, if you will please read the closed session item, and then we will, well, I'll let you read it first.
Item 21, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earnhardt, Assistant County Administrator, and Karen McGinnigan, Deputy County Administrator, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
And Ms. Carrillo, do we expect to report out? All right, so with that, I will break for lunch, and the board will collect in the classroom of this building for our closed session. Thank you.
Prior to that, we just need public comment.
Oh, right, public comment. Anybody? All right, thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. And Tanya, would you please read, where are we, our 1:30 appointments, or first one?
Thank you. 1:30 p.m. Appointment, item 1, Jennifer and Hal Dunne, consideration of an appeal of a notice of order that was issued on September 8, 2022 on assessor's parcel number 058-450-005-000-19181 Peppermint Falls Drive, Jamestown, regarding a fence over 7 feet tall, built within the non-exclusive road and utility easement without permits.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Can you hear me? Fine. My name is Christopher Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel. I'm representing the Code Compliance Department for this appeal. I just have a few words to say about the procedure. Before you today is the Code Compliance appeal of an August 8, 2022 notice and order regarding an unpermitted fence within a publicly dedicated but privately maintained right-of-way on Peppermint Falls Drive in Jamestown. Under the county's Code Compliance ordinance, your board is the hearing body for appeals. In terms of process, first, the Code Compliance Officer, Brian Bell, will provide your board with an overview of the investigation and case. The evidence presented by the county constitutes prima facie evidence, which means it is sufficient to establish a fact unless disproved or rebutted. The burden of proof is preponderance of an evidence standard. This means that more than 50% of the evidence points to the existence of the violation. After Mr. Bell presents, the appellants, Mr. and Mrs. Dudney, have an opportunity to present evidence in response. Your board can ask questions at any time. Although this is a hearing before the board, it is not a public hearing in the traditional sense. The public may comment after the appellant's presentation, and the department or appellant may respond to any public comment. After reviewing the evidence, hearing from the Code Compliance Officer, appellants, and any public comment, your board will close the hearing and determine whether all violations are true, just some of the violations are true, or none of the violations are true. If your board finds some or all of the violations are true, staff will issue a final abatement order requiring abatement of the violation and will impose the fines as set out in the notice and order. If your board finds none of the violations are true, staff will withdraw the notice and order and refund the appeal fee to the appellant. If there are no questions about the hearing process today, I will turn this over to the Code Compliance Officer to present the county's case.
And I'm going to open the hearing.
Great, thank you. I have one technical question. It's regarding the fence on the property to specify which fence area. I believe there were 2 fences that were established, and if we just clarify that.
Supervisor Brandon, if I might initiate your presentation, that might answer your question. Great, thank you very much. Madam Chair, members of the board, Brian Bell, I'm here as your Code Compliance Officer today. I also have us here today, our Code Compliance Investigator, Nancy Tucker, who should be assisting with any information that might be necessary. So thank you for taking the time today to hear this appeal. I'd like to open our presentation. Excuse me here one moment. Again, this Code Compliance appeal is for case number B22-080. And the hearing overview, of course, as Deputy County Counsel has mentioned, did the violations exist, who is responsible, and the standard we have is the preponderance of evidence. And of course, the burden of this proof is on the department. Of course, staff recommendations are that if you find the violations exist, that the owner is liable, the penalties are automatic. Location of this case was initiated on 19181 Peppermint Falls Drive in Jamestown. Again, parcel number 058-450-005-000. The zoning on the parcel was residential estate, 5-acre minimum, with the property owners of Hal and Jennifer Dudney. The appeal today was requested by the property owners. This case is limited to the administrative enforcement of Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, and it's adopted California Building Code regulations. The county alleges a fence measuring approximately 9.5 feet tall was built without permits within the non-exclusive road and utility easement. Section 17.04.315 defines what an easement is for Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. An easement means an interest in real property given a person or public entity other than the owner of a parcel, a right to use that parcel or a portion, or to prevent the owner's use for some specific purpose. Such specific purposes may include streets, alleys, bicycle paths, pedestrian facilities, equestrian trails, sanitary sewers, drainage, utilities, or other public or private uses. Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 17.56.110. Again, defines obstructions of the easement and states in part that the owner of record or anyone known to be in the possession of the parcel in which the public easement or public right-of-way is located shall be responsible for maintaining the public easement or public right-of-way free from prohibited obstructions. A non-exclusive easement is subject to this limitation regardless of it being privately or publicly maintained. Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 1.10.120 clarifies that a violation of Title 17 has no statute of limitations specifically to a newly constructed offense. The California Residential Building Code, Section R105.2, states that fences less than 7 feet in height are not subject to permitting requirements. And again, conversely, of course, anything exceeding that height would be required to be permitted through the Building and Safety Division. Here you will find the co-compliance fee schedule. This fee schedule is inclusive of the penalty as well as the abatement costs associated with either general violations of Building and Safety Code, or should they rise to a health and safety violation, you can see how those fees break down. Here we have some photo evidence of the fence in question along its path as constructed. You'll notice the fence against the asphalt roadway. As it continues down the roadway, the fence persists all the way up to the asphalt. The fence does make a corner as it rounds around there, and that's the secondary fence Supervisor Brennan, I believe you have referred to. In a moment, we have an aerial shot that identifies the parcel in question and where this easement exists. In addition to that, the record of survey regulated to the easement, the location of the fence, as you might see called out here, and the secondary fencing area here, Supervisor Brennan, that is in your question. So all of these are currently located within the designated easement. Timeline on the case. The complaint was received and opened in May 3rd specifically of 2022. The parcel information, easement width was researched with a 50-foot non-exclusive public road and utility easement, which extends 25 foot from both sides of the road center line, found on May 9th, 2022. The site inspection was conducted on May 9th, 2022, verifying the violation of approximately 9-foot wind-bearing fence built within the non-exclusive public easement without permits. An additional complaint was received on June 27th, 2022. An additional site inspection was conducted on June 27th, 2022, finding the fence still resides within the 50-foot wide easement. An opportunity to correct notice was issued on July 20th, 2022, with an expiration of August 4th, 2022. No response to this notice was received, and the violation was not mitigated. Therefore, a notice of referral was issued on August 8th, 2022. An appeal request was received on August 23rd, 2022. These are the responses to the appeal of the appellate's reasons for feeling they were not in violation and the reason for their appeal today. One of the reasons was the Peppermint Falls Drive is not a publicly maintained road, and therefore they believe no encroachment limit is necessary. And of course, the county's response is that laws prohibiting encroachments without a permit apply to both public and privately maintained roads. It should be noted that this is a privately maintained but publicly dedicated road. Reasons to enforce unpermitted encroachments include, among other things, ensuring access to emergency vehicles. Another reason for the appeal was that their fence is in the same fence line of a barbed wire fence that was there when the property was purchased, making it grandfathered and not obstructing the easement. This newly constructed fence was constructed after June 29th, 2021, as illustrated in slide 15. And then the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 1.10.120 provides the statute of limitations does not apply to zoning violations, which is the type of violation subject to this appeal. The height of the fence, furthering with the reasons for the appeal, the height of the fence does not block any public resources or create any public nuisance of any kind. The fence, currently which exists on the edge of the road pavement, does in fact impede access to parts of the easement, and this allegation does not relieve or excuse violations for unpermitted encroachments. Continuing with the reasons for the appeal, they needed to improve the state of the fence due to security reasons. And this allegation does, again, not relieve the requirement to obtain a permit for this type of encroachment, nor does it relieve the requirement to obtain a permit for the height of the fence. Another reason for the appeal is the violation has existed for over 5 years. Section 1.10120 states the statute of limitations does not apply to zoning violations. And the newly constructed fence was constructed after June 29th of 2021. And as illustrated in slide 15, and therefore the 5-year statute of building violations does not apply. Continuing once again with the reasons for the appeal, that the violations do not fall under the code compliance payment table. This violation falls under general violations or building code violations, and both have the same fee schedule as represented below. You can see the breakdown of those fees and fines there and how they might be applicable. Once again, the notices were not received in a timely manner. The county's response to that is that all notices were served in accordance with the service procedures in chapter 1.10. It should also be noted that a month elapsed between the opportunity to correct and the filing of the appeal. And department staff attempted to work with the appellants to resolve the violation. However, the appellants decided to pursue the appeal. Staff recommends that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors make the following findings: that the violations in the notices will exist, that the owner is responsible, and staff recommends that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors impose penalties per ordinance and issue a final abatement order. At this time, Madam Chair, I will refer to the appellant's presentation. I'm not sure if they are in the audience today or not.
So do we have the appellants here? I'm sorry? Would you like to come up to the podium? That way we can all hear you. You need to go to the podium. I can respond to that.
I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Here.
You're in plenty of time, so no worries.
Thank you. I just felt like we were given the wrong address.
Yeah, and this was a county problem because we actually put the original, not for this board meeting, but board agendas out with the wrong address also. So it was a county problem, not specific to you. And so I apologize for that.
Thank you.
My name's Hal Dudley. We put the fence up. The reason we decided to put the fence up in the first place was because last year on Super Bowl Sunday, some homeless piece of crap that was living across adjacent in a property, just, squatting, was just living there because the owner wouldn't kick him out. We heard that person cutting wood often, but we never decided to find out or decide anything about it until that day on Super Bowl Sunday when he decided to come up and trespass on our property and find out if we were neighborly, which we are neighborly, but we don't like losers trespassing on our property. And it turns out the guy is homeless guy, and about 5 weeks later, he was also arrested. Same guy, she took a picture of him when he was leaving our property.
We also filed a sheriff's report with the Jamestown Sheriff. That same day, he came to our property and said that this man should have never trespassed. That's why we put our fence.
Anyway, there was a fence at the same property spot where the fence that you guys are talking about, which is also removed, by the way, I removed it. So, because I knew that I couldn't win this argument against my neighbors who seemed to hate me, and just trying to protect my family from losers. That's why I built the fence. But this county doesn't want me to protect my family. They don't want anything except for money out of people who work for it or earn it. That fence cost me a lot of money, and it cost me a lot of time to put it in. And then it cost me a lot of time and money to remove it. And my only reasoning for it was to try to protect my family. My 2 kids and my wife live on that property. I didn't think there would be an issue because there was already a fence there when I bought the property in 2011, by the way. So the fence is now gone, and there should not be an issue anymore. That's it. I really have nothing else to say about that, other than I'm going to be putting a for sale sign up because I can tell now that my neighbors hate me and they don't want me living there. So I hope that somebody really trashy and disgusting moves into that place.
This man, his name is Dustin Silberman. He was arrested on March 20th, 2022. It says corporal injury on spouse co-inhibited and all that, aggravated. And this is the man that stared at me in my eyes and asked me how neighborly I was on Super Bowl Sunday. We did not have a fence as far as the wood fence. We had a T-post fence and all that, the old one. This guy, if you see, he's really intimidating and scary, and he was asked to leave. I had the sheriff come over, and the sheriff said I was in the right. This guy was completely trespassing, which, by the way, he mentioned the fact that it's a creek and a pond. This fellow thought that he could be there, being home, land, my land. He thought that he could be there anyway. I don't want to go into my personal childhood, but if I have to, I will explain why I don't want men waltzing up my backyard on my lawn. Sorry that we don't please you guys, whoever else are my neighbors. I recognize a few of you. I don't like weird, strange men staring at me. You ever been raped as a child? Has that ever happened to you? You ever been pinned down and raped? Well, when this man crawls up my lawn, which is my bedroom glass door, I put up a fence. Sorry it's not perfect. Sorry I didn't ask for permission. The fence is gone. Please stop charging my family money. We're going to be moving. We do not want to live on this street, handle this culvert and this pond and this creek any longer. We're a young family that just really doesn't want trouble from anybody. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you.
Did you want to stay in case there were any questions? Because the next part, we're going to have board questions for either the building department or for you.
I don't want to stay when I'm this emotional, especially when everything's being filmed and all that. I really don't. But I do appreciate everything mailed to us. I do appreciate people being honest about their feelings. I do appreciate my privacy, and I appreciate everybody not charging my family too much money for protection. Fence is gone. I don't even have the T-post fence any longer with the metal that's on there. Someone can just drive and fall right in that pond now, and then they're going to sue me? I don't think so. Why? Why?
So are you?
I'm moving. That's all I got to say.
My question to you is, are you willing to stay in case any board member has a question of you?
Not at this moment. I just came to tell you guys why we put up our fence and why we removed the fence, and why our property is going to be going up for sale. And if anybody else, Mr. Sargo, perhaps wants to take care of the fence and the new one and the permits and the creek and everything else, and everybody else's trees that keep flying through the creek, which was a dry creek. It was never this bad. This is the worst storm ever. It's never been this bad. The whole culverts have never been this bad. And we're getting the brunt of everybody being mad at us because this thing's getting plugged up, whether there's a fence there or not. This is the worst storms there's ever been.
We've noted
And my family can't take this property on any longer. So we've been defeated. You win. You got to charge us money for the fence and for not putting one. So be it. The fence is gone. We took pictures. I have proof today. It's on my iPhone. Fence is gone. I know that my neighbors can see that the fence is gone. So hopefully they'll drop this and leave us alone. We're moving.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry you're not You're not staying, Mrs. Studney. Okay. Thank you. All right, next we have board questions. Is there anybody?
The fence gone? Do we know if the fence is gone?
Supervisor Kirk, I cannot confirm that. We have not. Today is the first indication we had that the fence had been removed. We will be verifying this after.
And so if we could verify that, and then what are we actually looking at as far as if the fence is gone, do we need fees or anything, or can we end this and move on? Like, what are we asking for today from these folks?
Today's hearing is to have the board determine, based on the appeal filed by the appellants, whether or not the violations exist. The fines and the penalties that are associated with the notice and order, and of course, the final abatement order at your board's choosing, would indicate the abatement costs associated with the tables that we had listed in the presentation, as well as the fines identified by the current ordinance code. Now, the code compliance officer does not have the ability to waive abatement costs. That is specifically limited to the board's authority, but the fines themselves can be reduced and or waived for good cause at the code compliance officer's discretion. So in short, to answer your question, sir, the abatement costs are currently, and fines, as it currently stands, are still subject to be levied against the deadbeats. But again, the board has the authority to make a different finding.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell?
And you predicted my next question, which was that the ability to waive fees is exclusively the purview of the Board of Supervisors. You did kind of leave some room there that if the fence is truly down and gone, that you can reduce or work with the property owner to reduce some of those fees. But what I want to know is, can we make a decision approving the findings and agreeing that, yes, there was a violation and contingent that the fence was indeed removed and that it satisfies all the needs that you have, that we could then, can we waive the fee contingent on whether or not the fence is removed? Or do we have, are we just an up and down, we either waive the fees or we don't?
I think number one, your board needs to determine whether or not there's a violation. And regarding the abatement cost, my understanding is part of the abatement cost is the department's work on the case, not just removal of the fence. So the department has incurred some expenses there. So your board, I believe, can work with, make a finding and make a determination that a lower abatement cost is due, but the board can also go ahead and impose, as it is in the notice of order, and leave it up to the appellants to request a reduction. And they always have that ability under our ordinance.
Would that then have to come back to the board, or was that something that can be done?
Potentially, if they appeal the department's decision, if they disagree with that.
It would come back to the board?
Potentially.
Okay. If they were asking for reduction that wasn't zero, but it was like 50% or something like that, could that be done ministerially, or does it have to, will it have to come to the board?
What I would say is if those are not waived today, to waive abatement costs, the board would have to take action on that. So if that's not part of any decision that's made today, that would have to come back before you.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Brandon?
Thank you. Those covered a couple of the questions that I had. I wanted to ask specifically, when it's building of the fence, it's 9.5 feet or, over 7. Similarly, it just ends up coming back. Is it to say that then if it's an under 7-foot fence, but it's built on the same spot, which is a public easement, non-exclusive easement there, but that would not be a violation or something like that? I mean, are we expecting that this will resolve that nothing would be blocking that easement? To my understanding, that's where a lot of the river and stuff washing down is going to the road. So it's not just access to kind of a road shoulder, it's access to something that potentially could create further damage later if it's blocked off. Whether it's a 7-foot fence, a 6-foot fence, 9.5-foot fence is kind of the same thing as far as access.
That is correct. Maybe to clarify a bit, there were two violations in question here. One is for the obstruction of the easement, and another was for a fence built higher than the code would allow without a permit. So it was a work without permits violation, if you will. So those are the two at play. The fence, regardless of height, would have been an encroachment to the dedicated easement.
Okay,
So that would have been a violation.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay, so, excuse me. We've heard from the property owner that they removed the fence, but we have not had the opportunity to verify that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, just an interesting situation here, you know, that, yes, I can see, you know, based on our own ordinance, you know, codes that they were in violation, perhaps in a couple areas, as was just stated, as far as the height and, you know, blocking an area. But if in fact they did remove the fence, I would be very hesitant to go ahead and charge them with fees. And I understand staff time was expended, right? I'm not ignorant, you know, of that fact, but our staff is there and are paid, you know, so it wasn't that we as a county incurred additional expense in this case. And so, if, you know, I would like to know if we can verify that the fence was removed, and if so, I would say just let's end this thing and not charge these people.
So we're on questions right now. So
Okay.
did you have another question?
No.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to move to public comment. I don't have any questions. So we're going to move to public comment, and those who wish to speak can come up to the podium. And I think you've each got 3 minutes, is that correct? To state whatever you need to state. Welcome.
I'm Stan Smith, one of the neighbors from up the road from here. The Dudleys have the first property in the development. There's 20-some other homes that are all impacted by these fences, and we do not resent them building a fence, but they built it in the easement, the 50-foot easement. And the storm took care of the fence that you're questioning. The storm came down, flooded the road, and blew their fence down. And they've removed the wreckage. However, there's several hundred feet of the fence still up as of today that is not over the creek. And that fence represents another hazard, which is a traffic hazard, in that it blocks visibility for oncoming traffic on our small private road, in particular a hairpin turn at the bottom of a long hill. And any long vehicle has difficulty negotiating that turn without visibility. And so it's kind of like a one-lane bridge where you wait for the opposition and you wave and then you go on through. But without the visibility, we have several near accidents there. And as far as I know, I'm the only one that's had an actual accident there, in that the neighbor's son ran into the side of my horse trailer, and my horse trailer was on the wrong side of the road because I was in the middle of that turn, and so I accepted responsibility for the accident. But the point is, with that fence there, we're having one issue after another, people meeting head-on, much to their surprise. So there's two issues. One of the fences blocked our access to maintain the culverts, and the Dudleys moved in there during the drought. They had never seen what those of us who've been there for 30-some years see every year, which is rains like this. Every other year, there's water across the road, and we're all down in there pulling the trash out of the culverts. They didn't understand that. We explained that to them, but they became very angry. So anyway, there's two fences connected, as you saw in the pictures to begin with. The one over the creek is gone. The water took it out, and he took the residual out. The other fence is still in place, going up the side of the road blocking visibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Come on up to the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Hass, and I happen to be one of the neighbors on the private road. Stan is right. It is a nuisance. It is dangerous. But my concern is it's a wooden fence. If there was a fire, we have no access out. So that can be dangerous. That's our only way in and out. And the fire, the fence is so close to the road. If that fence catches on fire, falls on the road, we're fucked. That's the bottom line. How are we going to get out? So that's my point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You'll have to speak into the microphone because we're being recorded and our viewing audience won't be able to hear you if you don't. Thank you.
Okay, well, you can see the same picture we're looking at back there. Where the word fence is on the right, easement, as Stan said, the creek overflowed, and normally it overflows there every time we get high rains, and it washes in a broad pattern of sheet drains across the road, doesn't do much damage. And we continually, take trees off of it and rebuild the shoulders and like. But what happened was the part of that fence that kind of goes up to the 45-degree there, when it was taken out by the water, and it prohibited the stream from overflowing from there over to the culvert like it normally would. So it funneled all of the overflow into a very narrow it was just wild river going down there. I've got some pictures of it if you want to see those. And it took out all the shoulder along that, where it says easement along there. And, but after that, I had some communications with Al, and he eventually took out the fence on over just past the culvert. And now on that drawing there, probably the left half of that lower fence is still there, and it is an easement. And then on the, after it makes a switchback, there's a fence there that runs several hundred feet up the hill there, and all of which, well, we don't know exactly where the property line is, probably in the easement because it's right on the edge of the pavement. It forces you to drive over away from the fence since it's that close to the road. But as it's been stated before, when you make that corner, you have to, even in a full-size pickup, you have to swing wide so that your tail end doesn't drop off the side on the inside of the asphalt. And with a trailer, you have to swing completely wide, and there's no way to see anybody coming down the road. I've had near head-ons there myself, so it's a real problem. So that fence has not been removed or touched, and the last 100, 150 feet of it is really a problem. If it was further up, but that one has not been removed at all. I don't know if you guys want these pictures or anything.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up. Welcome.
Hi.
You can adjust that mic down to fit you. Yeah, that's better.
I'm Arlene Smith, and I'm Stan's wife. And we live at the very far end of Peppermint Falls Road. There are 23 families that live in this area, and we only have this one road going in and out. There's no through road. When the Dudleys moved in, we were very glad to have them. And all of us are very kind and very, we're nice to each other. We rely on each other. The few times we've tried to have communication with Dudleys regarding the lack of access to the culvert that he fenced off and told us it was private property and that we would be trespassing if we tried to get into that culvert. They became extremely angry with those neighbors that said, gosh, we really need to get in. It's a big culvert, and It's not fun to get in there and clean the culvert. We're not entertaining ourselves by going on their property. We're not trying to trespass, we're trying to maintain this small private road. The Dudleys became extremely aggressive and continue to be very aggressive towards many of the neighbors. That's why there's only 4 of us represented here today. 5 of us represented here today out of the 23, because they have been so aggressive and intimidating. It's sad to me that they feel that we hate them and that, blah, 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 when from the very beginning, we tried talking to them about the problems that were being created by this fence. And they were really angry and cruel. Some of the texts that we have recorded are quite violent. One of the neighbors is almost on the edge of hysteria. They're so frightened of the Dudleys. So being that I was at the end of the road, I have volunteered to spearhead action to try to get our neighborhood safe and functional again. We maintain this road ourselves, all of us work together to do it. We'll be out there on our hands and knees digging the ditches with our hands if we don't have forgotten our shovel if things overflow. So it's a little bit of an unusual situation. It's unfortunate that the Dudleys are responding with such anger. It's not necessary. They don't need to move. They just need to be part of the neighborhood and realize that their fence and their attitudes are preventing us from being able to maintain our what is the word, egress, our comings and goings. They've made it dangerous. And our road is going to wash out. It's costing us a lot of extra money.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? So next, I'd like to ask the clerk if there are any public communications that you have received regarding this, either letters or email, to record.
Not at this time.
Thank you. Okay. So at this point, I can ask if the board, the appellant's not here, otherwise I would ask the appellant or department need to respond to any public comment. So does anybody need to respond? Yes, Jared, Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. This is potentially an adjacent issue, but as we know, this is a private road. We've talked about more broadly Peppermint as an area that is lacking adequate egress. It's very reliant on this. This may be something separate. I suppose compliance will probably be going out to assess again to make sure that the violations as a result or it's still in place. But assessing when I hear that a river is overflowing, the culvert, it's going across the road, private, public. A lot of people rely on that, and in case of an emergency, it just worries me. And so anything we can do to be able to see if that is safe in a general sense, without having to do a whole engineering study, obviously, but to see whether that's something that we also need to be concerned about outside of just the fence issue, whether the public easement itself is being maintained to the level it needs to be. So I just wanted to respond to that. A number of concerns brought up to that. I share those concerns. The whole area faces that, but where it's running water over a road, that's particularly concerning to me.
Thank you. So you don't have any questions of anybody, just your comment?
I have no questions.
Okay. And I understand Supervisor Goldenberg, you have a response to something?
Yeah. And again, we don't know, we're hearing conflicting information regarding the fence. Was some of the fence taken out by water damage that came down, and certainly during the recent storms, there was a lot of fast-moving water that does a lot of damage. But there's discussions from people that have spoken that said, certain amounts of fence are still there and that they may be impeding ingress and egress. What we're charged with here is looking at the violation. If in fact they remove the fence, and I'm not saying whether that's true or not because I don't know, then I will stand by what I stated earlier. If the fence is still there, then, I think the county would look to proceed and other issues, and I look to county council, I think become more of a civil matter, rather than, we're looking at code violations here. We're not looking at the other issues, and maybe if council could speak to that.
Sure. Today, the board is simply looking at whether or not the violations existed at the time that code compliance was out on the property. And it sounds like there could be some other issues out there that might create some sort of private nuisance, which would be something that the property owner, the neighbors would need to potentially deal with. But if your board, based on the evidence that you have before it today, decides that there is a violation, then we could proceed today with making findings.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I don't know whether perhaps postpone this so we can have, our staff go out there and actually verify
If I can interrupt.
what's looking like or not.
Supervisor Goldenberg, right now, we're going to get to board deliberation, but we haven't gotten there yet. What we're doing right now is we're responding to the appellant or the department or the public comment right now, giving our response to that, and then I'm going to close the public hearing. So did you have any comments to any presentations that were made?
I have nothing further. I thought we were already at the point.
I'm sorry, I should have probably brought that to light.
I would like to respond.
Yes.
To the comments. It's the department's position that we're recommending that the board find the violations exist today. There are procedures in place to seek a reduction. If there's been an abatement, the appellants can seek that, and they can appeal the department's decision, of course, but there's procedures for that. And so we believe any contingency can be taken care of, notwithstanding your board finding the violations exist. And so we don't recommend this be continued. If we need more research, or if there's no evidence, if there's not enough evidence of a violation that occurred on this property, then of course we'd recommend a continuance. But we believe there is preponderance of evidence that there was a violation of this fence.
So with that, I'd like to close the hearing. And should I not close the hearing, or did you have?
I just wanted to make a comment that I support the direction that staff is going in. We have a case here where we did find a violation. Fence might not be that exciting, but it certainly was. Staff has put time into it, a considerable amount of time, which is included, as we discussed, in the abatement costs. In our overall effort to make code compliance a stronger program, I would urge your board to uphold staff's recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you. So with that, I think that what we're deliberating on right now is if the staff findings, there are two of them, obstruction of an easement and a fence built over 7 feet or 7 feet or above high, are accurate. And so I will open it up to deliberation whether we find the facts to be true. Go ahead.
Happy to speak first. This is within District 5. I had previously spoken with the Smiths, and as I do frequently with these, just do a drive-by and check that out. I'll say that as of the day before, there was part of the fence that is still up. So that was something I drove by and checking. Based on that, staff findings and evidence that were presented, it seems clear that we should move forward with staff recommendation on this. And I agree with the sentiments that nobody wants to charge folks money for fines and violations, but they exist for a reason. With this, there is a process if it is a hardship or for good cause. But I would say move forward with the recommendation and leave the rest to the process as it's in place.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
I'll just agree. You guys all drove down the road this morning, right? The fence was still there? All right, so that changes part of my opinion, so I will agree with that recommendation.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
I would as well, and if they're in contested, they can appeal.
Supervisor Campbell.
I agree with Supervisors Brandon, Kirk, and Goldberg.
Yeah, and I also agree. The thing that I'd like to add, I'd like to caution our board that if we waive fees completely, and if that's even up to us, we might be giving the public the wrong idea that it's okay to violate our ordinance code, that it's okay not to apply for permits, and for whatever the reason. And, you know, I feel badly for this couple, but if you plead your case, you can get off. And I don't think that's a message we want to send. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
A motion to approve of the staff recommendation.
Second.
Oh, do we need to have specific language for the findings?
Findings A and B.
Great.
So I've heard a first from Supervisor Brandon and a second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? Okay, it carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're on to our next item, which is the second 1:30 appointment.
Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending titles 1, 7, and 12 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code related to code compliance and finding the ordinance exempt from CEQA pursuant to the California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Division 6, Chapter 3, CEQA Guidelines, Section 15061B3.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Brian Well, Assistant Director, Community Development Department, here today as your co-compliance officer with your long-awaited co-compliance ordinance update. I trust that many of you have had a chance to read through the documents that were sent over, and thank you all for the questions that we received. Hopefully your questions were answered. I will briefly go through the presentation we have here today. Of course, our Tuolumne County mission statement. We commit to providing exceptional public service that creates a healthy and safe community, exercises natural, cultural, and financial resource stewardship, promotes economic prosperity, and enhances quality of life. What is co-compliance? Co-compliance is the prevention, detection, investigation, and enforcement of violations of statutes or ordinances regulating public safety, public works, building standards, land use. We respond to complaints of violations of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code on private property and with road right-of-ways. Complaints for weeds and brush are referred to CAL FIRE, and complaints for abandoned or non-operable vehicles are directed to the Sheriff's Department. Here is a brief snapshot of the types of complaints processed. You can see that Community Development Department and the Public Works Department are prominent in these violations, from building and construction without permits, substandard housing laws, dangerous structures, easement violations, zoning and other land use violations, cannabis violations, water and septic, and consumer protection, and of course accumulation of garbage. On our public works side, of course, there are grading violations, encroachment violations, drainage violations when related to the county roads, easement violations when related to county roads, sign violations within the road right-of-way, illegal dumping, and of course, the Community Development Department provides staff support for those violations in public works, and then dumping within the road right-of-way. The reasons for our change to the ordinance code is that in September of 2021, your board, the Board of Supervisors, directed county staff to review the co-compliant ordinance in order to strengthen the ordinance. And this included reviewing options to shorten timeframes for compliance, increasing fines and penalties, and adding fines and penalties for grading and other violations. Community Development Department, Public Works, and County Council have been working to draft provisions in response to the board's direction. The current challenges in code compliance are, of course, how to handle ongoing violations for cases where no permit was obtained, the lack of ability to issue recurring penalties when violations aren't corrected, and the 5-year statute of limitations on violations that are not considered health and safety or zoning. And of course, this limits the ability to address violations that are ignored. Continuing with the challenges of code compliance, the lack of clarity on how to reinvestigate or continue enforcement action on a violation has reached the final abatement order or status. The existing code has limitations on reopening non-health and safety cases, which leads to many violations being unresolved. And the current fine structure is not a deterrent to violating the listed codes. It's easier to pay the fine than pay for the permit. And new issues that should be included in a violation. As you see, which ones are we looking for here? The rule of state law. It's important to understand that some sections of the ordinance code are based on state law, and certain uses and activities cannot be cited as violation. Supportive transitional housing, agricultural labor housing, and accessory dwelling units. Proposed ordinance changes include the following adjustments. You'll notice a typo left in the slide there. So what goes here, Brian? So let's talk about what goes here. The effect of the proposed changes is it revises departmental designations and responsibilities, and as well as some definitions and links sections together for better compliance. Allows the increased discretion to address and achieve compliance of associated violations, such as the ability to rescind the notice of orders to achieve compliance. It addresses the role of responsible parties versus property owners. And it increases fines and penalties for illegal dumping, grading without permits, building-related work without permits, violations of unspecified violations of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, and short-term rental violations, as well as ongoing and expanding violations. And it addresses excessive fines and assessments. The conclusion is the limitations of what the county can legally modify in code. Proposed changes provide for a more robust ordinance, and the revisions will provide for a greater compliance by working with responsible parties to achieve compliance, increase fines as a matter of a deterrent, ensure that responsible parties are held accountable to address the violations, provide greater clarity to the functions and operations of the code compliance process, and it addresses the need, addresses need and clarifications on legal responsibilities on the assessment of fines and penalties. It is recommended that your board waive the first reading of the ordinance modifying Titles 1, 7, and 12 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding the code compliance program. And we are more than happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
So let's see, I'm going to start with Supervisor Goldenberg this time, if you have any questions.
Yeah, just one, when you ran through the increases in fines, item D on our handout here, violations of special event requirements, does that include noise issues?
I'm sorry, what section are you referring to, sir?
Well, on the board memo, and it was, if you go back to the last slide, I think it was contained there. So on page 264, item D.
Yes, I see the board memo here, item 8D, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, I should have said 8D. Anyways, special event requirements do carry with them sometimes restrictions regarding noise. And so my question is, would this include that? And we've had recent discussions about moving towards the noise ordinance, but I just was wanting to ask that question.
So any violations of the stipulations or agreed upon stipulations of any event permit would be subject to violation, including decibel levels if they may be specified.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any other board questions?
The only question I had was, and I sent it off this morning, but I got a response from somebody else, was the short-term rental violation, because currently we don't have a short-term ordinance. So I wasn't sure maybe why we're including that. Maybe it's for future, or for future if we were to have an ordinance. So did we ever figure out why we had that in there?
Yes, Supervisor, I did respond to you this morning, but I'm more than happy to elaborate. The short-term rental fines, as they're listed in the current ordinance draft, were specific from the government code section that deals with these types of penalties. And so they were new to that section. We carried them over in anticipation, of course, of some discussion regarding short-term rental ordinance regulations in Tuolumne County. So they were added as a placeholder, if you will. So currently there are no violations to be enforced upon or utilized for those fines, as there are no restrictions in our ordinance.
You did answer. I was responding to Justice, so sorry.
No problem.
All right, any other board questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for public comment next. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments and recommendations. Go ahead.
I have to start with it. One, thank you to Code Compliance and Legal Counsel for all the work into this, because I know we talk a lot about it. Throw the book at it, right? That's what we kept saying over and over. Just looking around at illegal dumping in particular, and that a lot of our deterrents to basically follow the right process. And a lot of these things, they're good. They really exist for a reason, and it causes problems when people have the habit of maybe not trying to get a permit, or don't find that dumping a bunch of garbage into a waterway is really that much more expensive if they get caught than just going to the dump. And that's not a good system. So I appreciate all the work into this. It definitely seems like it ended up being a much larger project than I probably initially anticipated. And I appreciate the Code Compliance team being here as well, who I embarrassed myself to earlier, thinking that they were members of the audience. But please forgive me on that. Looking through this, I'm really happy to see that it does clarify after the notice to, final notice to rescind and abated daily violations, because that's been an issue as well, that there's a good cause exemption, which I think is extremely important. While we're being firm, we're having discretion to work with people, and if they're meaningfully trying to fix it, we are able to have that flexibility. Adding video evidence for illegal dumping, that's something that I think is really important. We've discussed a bit. And I'm happy to see that commercial dumping is also going to be double fine. To me, that is fraud. It's not just somebody, of all the reasons to illegally dump, especially if you're being paid to remove that stuff. That to me is the most objectionable. So I'm very happy to see that that's also in there as a kind of specific call out. So overall, really good job. And I'm happy to see that hopefully as we send our new investments into code compliance, our new officers out with that they have the authority and the flexibility to be able to resolve these cases. And for those that don't want to work with us, don't want to fix these things, to be able to, I guess, throw the book at it and get it fixed. And said that people need to be following those rules. There's a reason they exist. So thank you so much. I'm in full support.
All right, I didn't see any other comments from the board, so I just wanted to say thank you. This is a long time coming since this board has been in this formation with the 5 people that you see here. We have, I think, been solid in our request for this, and I'm really happy to see the results of it, and I applaud you for that. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion to waive the first reading of the ordinance amending titles 1, 7, and 12.
I'll second.
Okay, we had a first by Supervisor Campbell and a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? So the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you to your board for the continued support.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
All right, so we're on our last 1:30 appointment. Tanya, if you can please read that.
Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance to amend the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance for the Land Use and Natural Resources Division on the Community Development Department Section 3.40.040.
All right, looks like we have a changing of the guard here, so we'll just give you a couple of moments to get seated and prepared.
All right, I think we're ready. Hello, I'm Natalie Rizzi, the Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. This item we have before you is a recommendation to amend the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance for the Land Use and Natural Resource Division by adding a new subsection. The new subsection would specifically allow a 50% discount to be applied to a zone change or general plan amendment application when applied concurrently with a lot line adjustment, re-subdivision, or merger. The ordinance code requires that for a lot line adjustment, re-subdivision, or merger to occur, the primary zoning of the parcels involved must match. These types of applications are considered ministerial under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, as these actions only adjust property boundaries between legal parcels or combine legal parcels together. These types of applications do not increase the number of parcels and would not lead to impacts that are typically analyzed under other land use and natural resource applications. The zone change or general plan amendment applications processed in conjunction with lot line adjustment, re-subdivision, or mergers consume less staff time than typical zone change or general plan amendments, as there are fewer steps and less analysis. These actions do not increase the number of parcels. They typically do not increase development potential or include any development or construction. They do not trigger technical studies to be conducted or reviewed, do not include conditions of approval, and are exempt from environmental review under CEQA. Most of the time, the lot line adjustment, re-subdivision, or merger involves small portions of parcels and would adjust property boundaries to correct a violation, such as a structure being located on the wrong side of a property boundary. Currently, there is no discount applied to zone changes or general plan amendments applied with a lot line adjustment, re-subdivision, or merger, and an applicant must pay the full application amount. Staff recommends approving a 50% fee waiver for zone change and general plan amendments when submitted with an application for lot line adjustment, re-subdivision, or merger, as indicated by the addition of subsection 3.40.040H in the draft ordinance code document that was included in your board packet. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Natalie. Questions from the board?
Just one quick one here. Do we know the impact, annual cost to the county by this reduction in these fees?
So we didn't do an estimated impact, but Supervisor Kirk asked a similar question. So I did pull some numbers from the last 3 years of these types of applications submitted in the years 2020, 21, and 22. And there were, let me just pull the exact numbers. There were only 2 in 2020 that would have applied for this proposed discount. There were 4 in 2021 and then 6 in 2022. And those seem to be fairly consistent with the number of these applications over the last few years.
Thank you. So it sounds pretty minimal overall. Thanks.
Supervisor Brandon.
Supervisor Jarrett's fine too. It's on Facebook, so no crying on that. I'm all good. I wanted to ask about, with the 50% fee waiver, we can only charge for the time it really takes, right? So this seems to be more in line with what that actual cost is. I did want to ask, this seems to apply to anything that may be either a more or less intensive use. So this could also, for example, be in rezonings to change R3 to R1 or something like that. So I support the 50%. I wanted to ask if this is an opportunity to also look at where somebody is rezoning property that can increase the potential for housing. Are we able to do a fee waiver with that? We've kind of had discussions in the past about some development fees as an opportunity to waive them. I think we're probably going to have a larger fee discussion coming up too, but this is maybe the first one. And the zoning in particular, if somebody has property, I know that some have reached out and said, well, I would love to rezone this and see if I can put more housing here. But for $3,000, it's just a lot of money to throw up front, whether they're not sure they're going to get it. So would this be an opportunity to do that, or is that going to be something you think would be happening in the future?
I can answer that question. Quincy, Community Development Department Director. Actually, if someone's going to increase density on their site, it's going to take us more work, not less work. And so just in terms of a straight fee study or fee schedule, we wouldn't be looking to do a reduction in fees. We would be looking more at a time and materials charge. Any sort of discounts that are applied for housing in general would be something we'd have to bring separately before your board to get direction on. And if you were looking to incentivize housing other than affordable housing development, because affordable housing right now does have certain provisions for waivers of fees.
Okay, great. Thank you. That answers my question.
And I would just want to add that this was one of those, if you look at the box, this is like a Q4 where it's like you're never going to get to it. And this has been on my list for over a year since Surveyor Dick Todd asked me to, really get it done. So I just want to thank Natalie and Dave and Cody because this is something that was not urgent and was not necessarily the most important thing we were working on, but it does make a difference when you have property owners who are looking to adjust 0.07 acres and we whop up with this big application fee. So it will make a difference to residents of Tuolumne County, even though it might not seem like it's the most important thing that you're doing today. So thank you.
Supervisor Kirk, did you have any questions? Okay, I'd like to open it up to the public. Is there anybody that wishes to speak on this matter? I don't see anything, so I'll bring it back to the board for final comments.
Just one brief thank you, for your work on this and being cognizant of the impact, to our citizens when they're dealing with these issues. So I'm in favor. Thank you.
Yeah, I support completely. And this is another one of those things where it takes a lot of time to get to this point. So it's anticlimactic when it's just, it's deceptive. It seems deceptively simple. So much work goes into this type of thing that I think it's going to be a real benefit for our community and for the kind of development we're able to have in Tuolumne County. So thank you.
Supervisor Kirk. Nope.
Yep, looks fair. I think it's a good idea. Quick 5 seconds on, I do think that when people are looking to hopefully rezone for more residential housing and to meet those goals, maybe at some point in the future we would explore whether that is something we'd be willing to either subsidize or waive some fees on. But it doesn't seem to be part of this item today.
All right, and I concur with my board members, my fellow board members, and I'll entertain a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
I'll second again.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon
It looked like you were making moves.
made the motion, followed by a second with Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, carries 5-0. Thank you. So the last order of business is reports. And then we'll be done. So who would like to go first? Who's ready? Reports.
I used to report.
Does anybody have one?
I don't have any report out.
I don't have a report, over the holidays has been awful lot, not much activity took place, so thank you.
I'll just report one thing. I had the honor of sitting in for Supervisor Goldenberg at the Committee on Homelessness. And what a amazing group of people that is, and tackling the most controversial, most difficult, most heartbreaking problems that we have in our community. And it's an extraordinarily good team. And so it was great to be able to sit in and be a small part of that. So I think we have a really good team working on this critical issue in our community. And so it's nice to be able to see it in action.
And thank you for doing so.
Yes, and thanks for the ability to pitch it for you.
All right, well, I've got a few things, but it won't take me very long. I attended the Yosemite Gateway Partners meeting, which was supposed to be in person, but because of the weather, it was virtual instead. And most of the meeting was taken up by the Yosemite Park people talking about their open and transparent process, which they were investing in the community to well, they put out a survey and they're going to be holding town hall type meetings to figure out how they're going to, I need to say this property, I want to say limit access, but that's not what they said, to the Yosemite National Park. To be clear, there is no reservation system for this summer. However, there is one either right now in place or soon to be in place for Horsetail Falls for 3 weeks. But they, along with a lot of other national parks, are moving towards figuring out how they're going to have a world-class experience for all of the people who come. And so it was my point to point out that all sides need to be heard, pro and con, not just the great experiences the few people who were able to get into the park these last several years had, but all the frustrations, all the money lost by the different businesses and local economies and all of the gateway communities. And so if you are interested in taking this survey or attending these meetings, please contact me because I didn't write it down. And the URL is like huge for the survey. So anyway, I also attended online a briefing of the federal EV infrastructure funds, the electric vehicle infrastructure funds. Very fascinating. It will not be for local government. It will be for private enterprise. And they've determined where the corridors are on our highways, our state highways that need more infrastructure in response to, you know, the oncoming number of electric vehicles that will be coming online in the coming years. I did an interview with Motherlode Views over the weekend, and of course, along with all of you, we attended our 2-day board workshop, and I'm hoping that staff and the board felt that was productive. And I'm looking forward to concluding our legislative process in an upcoming meeting, possibly on a second Tuesday, now that we have agreed to that. And then I participated in discussions with the city over a land use issue. And I think that pretty much sums up the highlights. So with that, let's see what time it is. It's 2:42. We're going to conclude this meeting. Oh, wait a minute. We have reports from these folks over here. I keep forgetting. So I'm sorry. We're not concluding the meeting yet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, it's been raining, yes. I just wanted to quickly say thank you, and make sure I say a big thank you on behalf of the board and those of us sitting here. In order for these meetings to take place, we have a big team who has been here from our own administrative staff to IT and facilities and others that we don't even know that come in to help make all of this run. So just a big thank you to making this run. We know we're still all getting our feet under us here, and it gets better every single time that we come in, and for the workshop as well. And that was it. Just as I come in and I'm sitting here thinking, I used to be one of those people that would help put all this together, and now I just show up and everything is here. So just a big thank you to everyone for making that happen.
County council is too chill to talk.
Any other comments from admin staff? All right. Well, let's see what time it is now. 2:44.